Chapter 688. Published at 21st of January 2023 5:18 and 12 seconds AM. Chapter 688. 688 A Three-Eye Devil, thought Tion as he analyzed Wrath. He once was a three-eye devil, so he knew the species quite well. They were once one of the most powerful subspecies of the 9 devil god world, known for their soul and comprehension talents and the unique ability of their third eyes. However, he could also tell she was primarily human. Tion analyzed the other two. Greed was a tin man with heavy bags under his eyes. He looked ordinary, like the kind of person that is not easily noticeable in a large crowd. Upon closer look at him, his face seemed harder to recognize or remember. It was like he was naturally camouflaged in the surrounding. A cloaking devil, thought Tion with a slight surprise. Cloaking devils were one of the weakest species of the devil race. However, they were excellent at camouflaging and blending in. As such, the devil race would send them into other world communities to gather information and prepare for invasion. Pride was an ordinary young man with short hair dressed in all black. Tion could tell from his bloodline he was a misery devil, a subspecies that enjoyed corrupting souls. They would use pain and misery to force other races to become mad and commit atrocities. In any world, if there is a sudden increase in women killing their children, fathers assaulting their daughters, sons selling their mothers, and other cruel things, it's most likely the world of a misery devil. While Tion was calmly assessing these people, Wrath had prepared for this battle. Oddly though, she did not use the devil retribution sword. Heaven-hating stab. A black light flew toward Tion, containing an unparalleled amount of hatred that would destroy the mind of any lesser man. However, he was not a lesser man. My hatred for heavens is beyond what your pitiful attack could fathom. The attack disappeared before him, and Wrath spewed a mouthful of blood. She received a backlash because Tion's hatred was beyond her bearing. Wrath, yelled Pride. I'm fine. He waved his hand to manifest a white light that instantly healed her injuries. While he healed her, Greed tried to buy them time. Even though his opponent had the demeanor, he did not care. Tyrant's suppressing fist. His thin body displayed an ungodly amount of power with this one punch. Tion calmly raised his hand to block the manifestation of the punch. Then, another power followed. An intense pressure waited on him, a pressure that would make the gravity of a supermassive black hole look like child's play. His Dao reminds me of Wang Chang's Overlord Dao. His sleeper gathered information about the previous generation and learned much about Wang Wei's family when he researched the latter. His strength is as weak as him too. He could tell Pride was a top powerhouse in the Quasi-Emperor realm, but he did not come close to One Leaf strength. Tion's attention suddenly diverted to Pride. The latter waved his hand to manifest 2 small swords that entered Greed and Wrath's body. Heaven eradicating slash. This attack was not a simple slash but a tornado of sword energy with the power to eradicate everything in its path. Tyrant's Kingdom, a world suddenly appeared above Greed's head. The world was beautiful, with golden architecture to suggest its wealth and prosperity. There were billions of people in the kingdom, with healthy visages and wearing luxurious clothes. However, none of these individuals looked happy. Fear was deeply ingrained in their eyes, showing it was not a pleasant thing to be the citizen of a tyrant. Tion generated a force field from his body that easily blocked these 2 attacks. However, the field shook slightly after the sword tornado. 1 root and peak 1 leaf strength, he analyzed before looking at Pride. Support Dao? How is a person supposedly the embodiment of pride lowering itself to become a support? I understand. A pride Dao that reverts yin and yang. You're more valuable than I thought. Let's see how much you can do. He looked at Greed and uttered, suppress. Bang. Greed knelt on the ground as an unknown force suppressed him to the ground, rendering him incapable of moving an inch. And with each passing second, the pressure increased, crushing his bones and organs. Pride, yelled Wrath, and the latter acted with the utmost haste. Stamina boost. Regenerating boost. Potential boost. Greed's power rose to the peak of 3 leaf. Meanwhile, Wrath reached the early stage of 2 root. Eradicating soul of heaven. Her sword attack was not a physical one but directly attacked the mind and the soul. Its purpose was to forcefully erase the memories, spirit, and intelligence of her opponent, rendering a blank state. Usually, this attack is to either make the opponent lose their battle experience or even make them unable to use their powers due to the lack of memory. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Another use of this attack is to turn enemies into friends. A person with no memories also has no personality or understanding of the world. They are a blank slate that can be molded into anything, even a friend. It's pointless to confront me through the soul, commented Dition. He is a master of the soul, and with his new emperor soul, few people could affect his mind and soul. He was right. Wrath felt her attack was similar to throwing a stone in the ocean. No, it was worse since she did not even make any waves. Is the disparity so large? She thought, a little frustrated. Meanwhile, Dition was in a good mood. Pride is excellent for any army or faction. His Tao would excel in any large war. The only place he is lacking is his strength. The latter's power was similar to greed. Greed's tyrant Tao is perfect to lead a majestic and unmatched legion. I have some of the inheritance of the great Qin dynasty. As long as he learns from it, he will truly be an unrivaled general. The Qin legions were one of the best, if not the best, of history. They were a nightmare for the demon race during the ancient emperor era. Finally, there is Wrath. Her strength more than met my expectations. With her talent, she will shine even more after going through my training. His eyes shone. Maybe I can wash karma for her so she could prove the Tao. After such an emperor under my command would make searching for the limit breaker easier. The only issue he had to worry about was whether there would be some complications with enslaving a great emperor. When they undergo a baptism of the great Tao source and forge their emperor's soul and body, any restrictions on them might disappear. Should I slowly forge a relationship with her? No, I cannot trust her. The best course is to control the other devils. Since she cares about them so much, I can control her through them. Wrath's body trembled as she felt a terrible future awaited her. Pand A, N0V1. Come, do it now, she ordered. 3 metal objects floated from the bodies of these 3. A chaos treasure? It seems to be a unique interconnected one. The 3 Choas treasures fused to form a triangle floating above Wrath's head. Then, something came from Greed and Pride's body and entered her body. As they fell to the ground, completely drained and tired, the emotion known as hope flashed in their eyes. Wrath's aura climbed to a realm beyond her limit. It's not enough. She gritted her teeth before swinging her sword. And this time, Dition did not directly block the attack. Instead, he easily evaded. Her Tao now has a more overbearing and domineering aura, analyzed Dition as he casually evaded. Then he clenched his fist and punched. Decay of death. Wrath's body flew hundreds of meters before crashing into the group. Besides her head, her lower body had decayed and died. However, this was not the end for her. A whistle light manifested from her head before her body instantly regrew. So, she now has both their Taos. No, maybe the original 7 Sins Tao belongs to someone else who divided it into different parts, thought Dition, trying to remember if he knew any devils who used such a Tao. He could have killed me with that attack if he wanted. She realized the overwhelming difference between each route. Even with her tactic, her strength was not enough. But she did not give up. I've tested your abilities, and you met my qualifications. So, enough playing around. A black and white wheel appeared to belong his feet before descending on Wrath. Immediately, she knew she could not escape this technique. Nevertheless, her eyes remained firm and defiant. Bang! A hand appeared and gently waved, destroying the wheel. Wang Wei, said Dition with a frown. I can't let you have her or the other devil. Since when were you such a busybody? Busybody. Do I need a reason to prevent my competitor from becoming more of a nuisance? It does not take much brain to see you have some relationship with this devil. Based on Wrath's reaction after he appeared, Dition could analyze so much. I resent these accusations. I'm simply here to prevent you from getting a powerful general. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Conversation. The two looked at each other from a distance which was insignificant given their strength. The tension created by their indirect confrontation could suffocate an immortal venerable with weak willpower. "Help me save gluttony," said Wrath, breaking the atmosphere. Wang Wei looked at her and calmly said, "No." "But you said—" "I said no." "I thought you didn't know her," added Di Tian. "Don't listen to her, your attack affected her mind, so she's not feeling well. Plus, you can't trust the word of a devil," replied Wang Wei without any changes in his attitude. "What a cheeky brat. Your previous witty charm might be acceptable when you were young, but shouldn't you have grown up and matured by now?" Wang Wei frowned as he realized something. Di Tian was different, he had changed. If the previous him was someone stuck in a box with a fixed mentality and pattern, the current him had opened that box and seen what was beyond it. What made him change? Is it because he found a way beyond 9 extremity? Wait, I never figured out he succeeded in the first place. He added this mental note in his mind, labeling Di Tian as more unpredictable than he previously classified him. "And be like you?" he replied with a sneer. "Let time wash away my personality? Mold me into a cruel and sinister person with a face that everybody owes him money? In that case, I'll stay immature." Wang Wei always believed time was one of the worst enemies of cultivators, especially the high realms ones. Yes, they have escaped their shackles, but their immortality can slowly corrode their mind and dilute their personalities and emotions. So, he promised himself he would never change no matter how many Yuan epochs he lived. "Has time changed me?" thought Di Tian, and the answer was positive. He was once a spirited young man with the ambition to end the innate acquire war and establish peace and stability for the human race. Unfortunately, his dreams led him to a dark and perilous journey. "Are you really not going to help me?" asked Wrath, but Wang Wei ignored her. He was not in the state to fight Di Tian for many reasons. The first one was his strength was technically still 4 root. As his main body reaches higher cultivation realms, his overall strength only increases slightly. And that's because he has not experienced the final fate baptism from his fate palace. However, he has a way around this method to acquire 5 root power. He uses his time Tao in combination with his future Buddha self to borrow the power of his future self after the baptism. This method is quite an ingenious way to bypass the current issue. However, it has a fatal flaw. It was still a shortcut or technique. If he fought Di Tian with the latter's understanding of time Tao through samsara law, he could cancel his technique and reduce his strength back to the original level. The second reason is that the stubborn Wrath might be caught in the battle and die. He wanted to keep his promise, but there was no way he could fight Di Tian and simultaneously protect her. Truthfully, in this short interaction, he calculated the possibility of using Pride's Tao to kill Di Tian here. However, after his calculations, he realized it was impossible, and the latter had a high chance of running away or, as he feared, canceling his technique and killing him here instead. Finally, and the most important reason, was information. In their first battle, the reason he lost so miserably, besides the fact Di Tian's strength compared to him was similar to Mike Tyson beating a toddler, was the advantage of information or intelligence. Di Tian knew his trump cards and ways to survive dangerous situations. He prepared countermeasures, rendering him helpless and useless. But now, he was the one with this advantage because of the Oracle Mirror. Although the mirror cannot update him on Di Tian's current developments and progress, it still provides him with enough intelligence to give him a significant advantage. He did not want to give up that advantage by providing Di Tian with more information on his current strength and progress. While Wang Wei was thinking about whether this battle was worth it, Di Tian was doing the same. He did not have as many reservations and worries as Wang Wei, except for one. After our last battle, he somehow figured out the unorthodox 9-extremity foundation and caught up to me. If I fight him now and he senses my transition into 10-extremity, he might do the same. Wang Wei might find a way to reach 10-extremity without the limit breaker, Di Tian did not doubt an overlord's ability to create miracles. So, he weighed the pros and cons of fighting for these devils. 10 extremity is the key to me proving the Tao. As for the devils? They are replaceable. I can use the clan's resources to cultivate a few heaven chosen with the tyrant and support Tao. When he returns home, he can wake up as sealed heaven chosen and trains them in these Tao. The tyrant Tao is more common. Some people might already have it or something similar. However, he has to find the right person for the support Tao. Let's go, he said to the shadow. Wait, said Wang Wei. What is it? If you want to fight, it'll amuse you, said Di Tian with a cold face. I promise things won't be much different from the first time. You know that's not true. Anyway, I'm not here to fight, I just want to talk, replied Wang Wei, who secretly sealed Wrath's ability to talk. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Talk? What do you want? Why don't you prove the Tao in another world community? Are you joking? I'm not. You and I do not have much enmity, and both want to prove the Tao. We don't have to fight if we come to an agreement. No enmity? What you did to my sleepers is not enough. You almost killed me, and I eliminated your intelligence agency, making us even. So, there's no need to hold a grudge. But I do. Most of these people you killed were people I care for, people that went through so much with me, people who were with me at my lowest. Don't be so inflexible. If you become emperor somewhere else, I can make an oath not to interfere in your wife's revival, argued Wang Wei. And do you think I would trust something so important to you? Sneered Di Tian. He caused Ninger death, so he must atone for his sins by reviving her himself. I can make an unbreakable oath to Grand Tao itself. Unbreakable oath? Said Di Tian with some mockery in his tone. Maybe, before, he might believe in such a thing. However, after knowing the existence of something like the Limit Breaker, he knew there was no absolute in this world. If there were a person capable of finding the loophole in any oath or promise, it would be you. Wang Wei frowned slightly. Although he expected a negative answer, he did not expect the latter to be so stubborn and did not even entertain the idea. Nevertheless, he did not immediately give up and decided to take some calculated risks. He waved his hand to send a booklet with one page to Di Tian, who caught it and read the title. Merit Proving Tao Method. The Di clan heir pondered for a moment as some memories from the past resurfaced in his mind. In his first life, the idea of an alternate method of creating emperors or emperor's strength was discussed as a way to win the war. Back then, only the Heaven Path tribulation was viable to humans, but many wise sages and emperors speculated on other methods. I still disagree. But we can both prove the Tao through this method. Even with our current foundation, we can only say we have a 95% chance of becoming eternal emperors if the heaven will was handed directly into our hands. However, using this alternative method would only give a 90%. I don't want to take any risks. Wang Wei knew Di Tian's statistics were over-exaggerated. However, his concerns about alternate methods were valid. One of his fears is that the methods he used to help his mother, Li Jun, and Yan Liling to become emperors will decrease their chances of becoming eternal emperors, even with merit for help. Secondly, even with this method, where would I find enough merit? I imagine it would require a tremendous number. I feel you're being too rigid. Can't you even consider this possibility? And I feel you're being too presumptuous. Why must I be the one who leaves? Why can't you leave and prove the Tao somewhere else? I have my sect and family to consider, shrugged Wang Wei, and a new era to lead. And I have to repay my karma to the Di clan, countered Di Tian. The Di clan's luck sheltered him from heavenly Tao's planning in the early stages of his reincarnation. So, he will repay the karma once he can. Furthermore, although he did not care about the upcoming era, he also wanted to avoid anything happening to the myriad emperor world. He wanted his Ninger to come to an intact and peaceful world. Di Tian no longer wanted to entertain this conversation, so he disappeared. Wang Wei sighed, a little disappointed despite expecting this outcome. He would have preferred to battle Di Tian in the emperor world than in the heaven will battle, as it would give him more time to gain an advantage. And on the unlikely chance they become allies, his plan would benefit greatly. It was never possible, he shook his head. For his plan, Wang Wei needed absolute power, and the existence of someone as powerful as Di Tian, who could contradict his order, would be harmful. As such, their egos would never leave room for peaceful cooperation. He finally looked at Wrath and unsealed her. Only communicate through divine sense. He instructed her through a sound transmission that only two could hear. Although puzzled, she agreed. Why didn't you help me save Gluttony? She questioned. I only promised to look after you. I don't care what happens to the others. Pa, Nd, A no the one who... Her anger was about to explode. Can't you do something at all? No. He's currently more powerful than me. I will be powerless if he becomes determined to catch or kill you. You simply don't care, she commented. That's also a reason. What if I insist on putting myself in danger? Then you will die. Anyway, I am not bound by any contracts. If you are stupid enough to do such a thing, you deserve to reunite with your master. Wrath stared at him with fiery eyes. If she had the power, she would kill him in the most painful way possible. Do you want to test if that's true? She replied, calling on his bluff. Little girl, don't act out before me. Don't think I don't know you attacked Di Tian because you knew I would come to save you, said Wang Wei with a gentle smile. However, Wrath's body trembled as she felt a deep fear deep in her soul. I'm usually a patient and chill person to get along with. But don't push my buttons. You understand? Wrath mechanically nodded. Her body moved by instinct while her mind was overwhelmed by fear. All right, if you want to save your friends, become powerful enough to take it from his hands. I will, replied Wrath, who bit her tongue to use the pain to overcome the fear. Simultaneously, she made a new goal for herself. No, too, but she did not know whether she could ever accomplish the other. It doesn't matter if I can succeed. Pursuing this monster's footstep will allow me to go far in the cultivation path. A firm determination flashed in her eyes. Wang Wei saw the change in her eyes and temperament, but he did not care enough to ask or figure it out. Quickly finish your end of our bargain. All right. One last thing. I will attack you, and you have to defend before running away with your companion. Wrath was smart and quickly figured something was going on. However, she did not ask any further questions. Wang Wei suddenly attacked her with immense force, and she blocked him with her sword. However, she did not retaliate but broke the void with her two companions. Wang Wei watched her leave with an intense killing intent emanating from his body. Her cunningness and scheming ability are not bad, he thought, smiling internally. He knew Wrath had a two-steps plan for fighting Di Tian. The first relied on him to save her, and the other was threatening or blackmailing him. So, she sent Sloth and Envy to Gluttony's territory to take Di Tian's troops hostage when necessary. However, Wang Wei thinks she underestimated his strength and ruthlessness. He could save his men and capture her with relative ease. Or worse, sacrifice these soldiers to kill these devils. Nothing? Suddenly thought Wang Wei. When he first arrived, his intuition warned him of prying eyes nearby. However, no matter how much he searched or the method he used, he did not detect anything. Boom. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Co. Wang Wei punched the air. The power of destruction emanated from his body, annihilating everything in 100-meter diameter. Trees, mountains, soil, dirt, animals, and atoms were all destroyed with that single attack. He even eradicated space-time, leaving a zone of nothingness. If someone came to this area, they would see that a big chunk of this continent was destroyed or erased from the world. Still nothing? Thought Wang Wei. He knew to trust his intuition, so this only meant the person was already gone or the method they used was beyond his ability. Whatever, he uttered before waving his hand and returning things to their original state. He was prepared to leave and return to his cultivation when he sensed something. After the changes in this continent, a powerful force blocked the spatial tunnel to the Devil Continent's exits. However, he felt the blockage had drastically reduced. This is not a coincidence. Someone was indeed here. And they were probably the people being this sudden invasion. Wang Wei did another sweep of his divine sense but found nothing. In the end, he left helplessly, since it seemed pointless. 100,000 meters underground, Xi's figure suddenly appeared in a cave. He was in terrible shape, missing half of his body. A look of fear flashed in his mind as he remembered that horrible punch. It reminded him of the helplessness he felt the first time he asked one of his ancestors to experience the power of an immortal. Without wasting time or hesitating, he swallowed several pills to appease his injuries. Luckily, he cultivated a 9-stage Di realm, allowing him to remove the opponent's power. Still, the process was slow because his Di realm seemed to lack a certain quality compared to Wang Wei's. After a quick analysis, he knew the reason. His opponent made each of his 9 cultivation realms unique, while he only did it for a few before cultivating his Di realm to a higher level through years of training. Phew, exhaled Xi. His condition had stopped deteriorating. If not for the remaining power of the 4-symbol artifact, I would have died. During his cultivation journey, he experienced numerous ups and downs and overcame countless challenges. But this was the first time he came so close to dying. My journey has been too smooth, he analyzed. I have suppressed all the peers in my generation, making me arrogant. As the saying goes, there is a heaven above heaven. His eyes became brighter as his state of mind sublimated. A peaceful aura enveloped him as he entered a natural state. I may be behind now, but that may not be the case after we prove the Tao. Xi's eyes were bright and profound. Then he focused on what he had learned. The relationship between Wang Wei and that person called Di Tian is sour, which is understandable. However, there seems to be a strange relationship between Wang Wei and that devil woman. He frowned as he analyzed things deeper. Despite how he attacked her, everything was odd. There is a chance he suspected my presence and put on a show. This information was less useful than it appeared. His sect could not use it to their benefit since there was no tangible proof that Wang Wei had contact with the devil race. The Myriad Emperor world ended the reign of the devil race and has been hunting them down for countless years. So, it's hard to convince people they have allied with the devil race with only his suspicions. He would need solid proof. After pondering for a moment, his eyes became fierce. Let me ask the sect to try one last desperate attempt. He was the linchpin that powered the barrier that prevented people from exiting the continent. However, with his injury and wasting much of the 4-symbol mirror's power, the seal won't last long. So, he wanted his sect to try one last method to kill these two. And even if it fails, it's only a small price. Xi used a secret technique to send the information back and his request. Lust territory, Di Tian returned to his camp, prepared to plan his next step. He wanted to see if there were any more talents worth him conquering. Suddenly, he sensed something, and the power of life and death flashed in his eyes. Deem Omen? He felt the possibility of dying. Although it was very low, it was strange, given his strength. He looked in the distance with a serious face. Master, is there a problem? Typically, the shadow would not ask questions and only did as he was ordered. However, he noticed his master was nicer, for lack of a better word. I sense unwanting trouble, replied Di Tian. In his long life, he had to develop a skill for sensing danger and trouble because of how much heavenly Tao made him go through. Although it was useless against such a mighty force as heavenly Tao, it did help him on some occasions. Did we reach the 100 million quotas? Yes, although barely. Then let's leave this place. He placed his troops in another space before forcefully breaking through the barrier of this continent. He could not do so previously, but this thing was now drastically weaker. Zhen's pursuit. Zhen looked at all the people surrounding him. He had a calm demeanor, not minding in the slightest he was outnumbered. His eyes lit up with excitement. He had made some progress with his heavenly zombie art after absorbing some devil blood. His skin had changed from its gray color, almost returning to its normal state. Kill him, ordered a disciple at the back. Then, the disciples waved their hands to summon numerous demonic beasts, exponentially increasing their numbers. The demonic beasts then attacked. Some went directly toward Zhen to rip him apart, while others used long-distance attacks, mainly elemental ones. Bang! The attack landed on him, destroying the surrounding environment. However, he was perfectly intact. Now, it's my turn. His hand turned black before growing claws. Yin Zhen rushed to the nearest beast and cut it into two. He appeared to another hand and penetrated its brain, leaving blood all over his clothes. Yin Claw, a pale blue claw rushed from his hand and crushed everything in its path, leaving a rod of blood and carnage. A shadow beast suddenly appeared behind Yin Zhen and bit his shoulder, ripping it off. At least, that was the original plan. Instead, the beast's teeth exploded because of Yin Zhen's fleshly body. Then, he gently shook his shoulder, and the beast exploded into a blood balloon. "Use beast fusion," yelled the leader of this group, and his followers responded. These disciples suddenly turned into hybrids of humans and demons. "Interesting cultivation system," commented Yin Zhen. They reminded him of someone from his generation with the myriad beast physique. Yin Zhen smiled as he prepared to go on a massacre. However, he sensed someone in the surroundings that gave him a dangerous feeling, so he raised his guard. A chilling energy came from his body to envelop these attackers. The chill was not the power ice but Yin power, the cold of the underworld. With this one attack, only one person survived, the leader. A demon with some innate bloodline? He rushed to the leader who fused with a Kuei snake with only 5 attacks. Yin Zhen then dazed in the direction he felt the danger. However, a few minutes later, the person seemed to have left. He still did not drop his guard. This cleanup has been very beneficial, thought Yin General in his era. He was a mortal with poor cultivation talent, even for body refining since his bones and blood were naturally weak and could not correctly strengthen. However, Yin Zhen wanted to walk the path of cultivation, and he would not let anyone or anything from getting in his way. After contemplating and planning, Yin Zhen realized body refining was the only way to change his talent and fate. However, no sect or faction wanted him. His body was not even suitable to absorb incense, and he could not even join the more accepting Buddhist sect. Yin Zhen was stubborn and decided to join a body-refining sect at all costs. So, he knelt before the gate of the Body Dao cave, known as the best. With his weak mortal constitution, he knelt for 5 years. It was a miracle for a mortal to survive so long without food and water. But through sheer willpower he created this miracle. An elder from the cave admired his conviction and accepted him as a disciple. And Yin Zhen did not disappoint. Although he could not cultivate any of the cultivation techniques from their library, he acquired enough knowledge to create his own, the golden zombie art. By absorbing Yin Qi, he would turn himself into a non-human and abnormal state. He turned himself into a zombie. And the Yin Qi he absorbed was not the pure kind from the moon. It was the eerie one found in cemeteries full of death Qi. The process was painful as this type of Yin Qi was detrimental to the soul when absorbed in large quantities. Furthermore, there was a chance of losing his mind and turning into a mindless monster that only knew how to kill. Yin Zhen divided his scripture into 5 categories: normal zombie, iron zombie, bronze zombie, silver zombie, and gold zombie. With each realm, he needed more Yin Qi, and the process was more excruciating. And for the silver and gold zombie, he needed life and death resources to cultivate. After completing his cultivation, Yin Zhen became a famous heaven chosen, suppressing the heaven chosen of his era. As a result, he also had to survive the hunting of some Buddhist factions who did not want to see him rise. He always escaped with the help of the Body Dao cave, his luck, and intelligence. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Yin Zhen quickly became known as the person most likely to prove the Dao. All signs showed he had little to no rival, even from the Buddhist sect. Regrettably, there was an upset. A person from the previous generation suddenly showed up and ruined Yin Zhen's dreams. Wang Chong. Paen, Dan, 0V1. C0M. The man was a legend from the previous generation as someone who fought equally with a great emperor. However, people thought he sealed himself to wash away his karma. Of course, Yin Zhen did not believe such nonsense, even if there are records of Emperor 7 Lotus admitting this fact. Sadly, during the final battle, Wang Chong completely suppressed him. The worst part was he lost to the latter's fleshly body, which was his pride and confidence. After his defeat, Yin Zhen did not give up. He focused on reaching the pinnacle of the body refining path, and proving the Tao was one of the most important steps he had to take. So, he decided to upgrade his scripture while also sealing him. He chose a Yin Groton heaven, a place that could give birth to all types of Yin energy, as a place for his seal. His act of cultivating while sealing himself made him experience even more excruciating pain. It also made the process longer than usual. However, Yin Zhen did not care. He saw it as a form of tempering. His method succeeded as he created 2 more stages of his scripture, Earth Zombie and Heavenly Zombie. At the peak of Earth Zombie, Yin Zhen broke the barrier between immortal and mortal. More importantly, he learned about the Gate of Power. Immediately, Yin Zhen saw his goal before him. He knew how to achieve his goal of reaching the end of the body refining path. He must open that gate. He was even happier when he learned no one had ever opened this gate, not even Wang Chong. Yin Zhen knew his opponent was long gone and surpassed him. However, he had a way to compete and defeat him. He can do something even Wang Chong never achieved in his life. After waking up in this generation full of eternal destiny, the first thing Yin Zhen did was undergo his fleshly tribulation. And without knowing any better, he passed 2 parts at once. Yin Zhen lived through 4 eras and was confident in his willpower. However, he never forgot that horrifying experience. He was also a madman. After cultivating and preparing for a while, he took another 2 simultaneously. And he still plans to repeat this madness. Yin Zhen then learned of this generation's heaven chosen to prepare for the final battle. After hearing how Wang Chong's descendant was the genius most likely to prove the Tao in this generation, he was interested, especially since the latter is known for his mighty fleshly body. So, when he saw Wang Wei, he used some excuse to approach the latter and confront him. He wanted to test if this descendant lived up to his ancestor's legend. And Yin Zhen soon discovered Wang Wei was a greater monster than Wang Chong. According to his calculation, Wang Chong's power should have been peak 4 leaf, meaning his current strength could crush the latter. However, he felt helpless before Wang Wei. After that encounter, Yin Zhen thought about how to improve his heavenly zombie art. And after massacring countless devils, he tried absorbing the sins and evil aura from their bloodline. Luckily, he succeeded. What should I call this new layer? Celestial Zombie? Immortal Zombie? Desolate Zombie? No, let's just use Immortal Zombie. Yin Zhen chose this name because he could feel once he succeeded, his lifespan would drastically increase. Currently, he can naturally live for more than 100 million years. That's one of the advantages of his scripture. Although it has many flaws and difficulty to cultivate, the increase in lifespan in each stage is on par with the best cultivation system focusing on longevity. I can probably live up for 500 million years, thought Yin Zhen, full of excitement. He could foresee the possibility of failure in this heaven will battle. However, he only cares about surviving. If he does, he can seal himself again and try in the future. After making a plan, Yin Zhen looked at the exit space channel and soon realized he could not leave. Let's hide until the chaos ends. He took his troops before disappearing. Chaos Sai. Zhen Biu calmly looked at the people around her. Dao Rime manifested around her as she seemed perfectly compatible with heaven and earth. And this was not some technique or her attempt to look, but her Taoist heart and pure mind allowed her to reach the perfect state to understand the Tao. She calmly analyzed the 4 people before her and quickly noticed 3 of the 4 had something in common: pale complexion. Too much Yin that results in an ambulance. Their cultivation system overemphasized the soul while completely ignoring the body. No, they abandoned it entirely, she analyzed. Meanwhile, the last one had a rosy complexion and was over 2 meters tall with a muscular physique. Zhen Biu could hear the blood running through his veins like mercury. Powerful fleshly body, but poor control of his body. All true body refiners expert locked their blood energy inside their bodies and looked no different from ordinary people. No one will detect it if they do not want anyone to know they have a strong fleshly body. Who are you? You call me the Ghost Lord, replied the leader of the 4. That was not his name or title, but he decided to use it for now. You're not from here? No. We are from the ghost immortal world. I see. Why do you want to kill me? It's nothing personal. We only want to pass this trial and get the eternal supreme inheritance. Inheritance? Why do you have to target the myriad emperor world for an inheritance? Huh, muttered Ghost Lord as he did not think of that. So, after she brought it up, he realized there might be some shady business with this entire inheritance thing, especially with how sudden everything was. Nevertheless, he still wanted to try to get his hands on it. After all, his faction never cultivated an eternal emperor, let alone an eternal supreme. By getting his hands on such a scripture, he can learn from it and reforge his foundation, increasing his chances of proving the Tao. Maybe the emperor has a grudge against your world. Anyway, I only care about getting the inheritance. Nothing else matters. Zhenbiu sighed. She did not like to fight or compete with others for things like power. If she had a choice, she would slowly cultivate until the great emperor realm and take the first major step of her cultivation path, immortality. Unfortunately, the world did not revolve around her. She could not spend her life free from the restraints of karma. The mortal world is a place full of desires, emotions, and ambitions, a place entangled by the threads of karma, a place of dust. Unfortunately, even cultivators cannot escape. Zhenbiu knew her desire was fundamentally flawed. No cultivator can cultivate without being affected by karma. Furthermore, they can only temper the mind and Tao heart through countless experiences, adversaries, and calamities. This philosophy is often referred to as the trial of sea of bitterness. Sadly, her desire to be aloof from world affairs and desires is impossible. She is the heir to the five-element palace. Such karma has already ruined her pursuit of pursuing tranquility. A Dharma body manifested behind her as she prepared to fight. Ghost Lord frowned after sensing her aura before controlling himself. He was still confident. Earth suppression. Zhenbiu's Dharma body waved her hand to manifest an enormous mountain, majestic, beautiful, and the embodiment of sturdiness. A terrifying pressure enveloped Ghost Lord that made his body tremble, almost crushed into a blood pool. Luckily, he acted swiftly and enveloped himself with a powerful spiritual power, blocking the pressure. He raised his hand to create a small mountain in his palm that instantly countered the pressure. Law of Earth, thought Zhenbiu before releasing a weird aura from her body. Ghost Lord's face changed as he found it difficult to control his Earth Law. It was as if he encountered the owner of the Earth Law, and he was someone who borrowed it. Such a terrifying control of the five-element law. Ghost Lord increased his spiritual power, which in turn raised his control of the Earth Law. He waved his hand to generate a powerful flame that burned the mountain. Zhenbiu waved her hand, and her mountain absorbed the flame, turning into a volcano, spewing magma so hot that the space distorted. Ghost Lord acted swiftly and used his fire law. He is a dual wielder of fire and earth law, walking the path of earth-fire Tao. He combined the two laws to create a magma shield to protect himself and his allies. Please visit Panda, N0V1. She's powerful, he thought. Phew. Ghost Lord spewed a mouthful of blood as something pierced his body. He calmly looked down to see the culprit was a tree branch. From the lava that dropped next to him, Zhenbiu turned them into wood elements to attack him. I thought I could defeat you alone. I guess not. A golden appeared from his forehead before another gilded version of himself appeared next to the impaled body. Ghost Lord's soul looked at his impaled body, not caring about its destruction. I wanted to continue to use the remaining yang energy to temper myself. I guess that's not possible anymore. His body was so weak he knew it would not survive such an intact, unless he used countless resources to heal it. But it was not worth it. Let's deal with her together, he ordered before controlling Blood Servant, the body cultivator. In the ghost immortal world, cultivators viewed the body as a shackle in the path of longevity, so 99% of person abandons it. As for the remaining 1%, they believed in tempering both the body and the soul. Unfortunately, the laws of heaven and earth and the cultivation system make this task beyond difficult. Any heaven-chosens who temper their bodies to a certain level will experience a phenomenon where their soul automatically absorbs all the blood and yang energy of the body to nourish it, thus weakening and injuring the body in the process. The only way to walk on the path of double refining is to comprehend yin-yang law and achieve balance. Unfortunately, in the ghost immortal world, heavenly Tao makes it extremely difficult to comprehend yin-yang law, even more difficult than understanding the supreme outlaw Taos. Despite the difficulty, some geniuses do succeed. So, the rest of the world adapted to fight against these people. They trained and controlled blood servants, people who only cultivated the body. Body refining resources are rare in the Ghost Lord's world. As such, only heaven-chosen with the full support of their emperor lineages can have a blood servant. Furthermore, before or during the heaven will battle, he can swallow him to further nourish his soul. The blood servant rushed to Zenbiyu. Bang! He hit a metal plate that appeared to protect Zenbiyu, injuring his hand. She used the law of gold and earth to create an extremely dense metal and used it as a shield. Under Ghost Lord's control, the blood servant attacked again, resulting in him being pushed a dozen meters back, vomiting mouthfuls of blood. Zenbiyu changed the properties of the metal to grant it force-bouncing properties. So, the metal redistributed the force of the attack back to the servant. Meanwhile, the other two people with Ghost Lord went on the offensive. Chains appeared from their forehead and headed directly toward Zenbiyu, who responded appropriately. She used her 5 elements law to generate thunder and lightning. She controlled water law to create clouds before mixing it with fire law. Thunder and lightning are the nemeses of most in-nature things, including the soul. Unfortunately, she miscalculated these people's soul abilities as the chain bypassed her thunder and entered her sea of consciousness. Zenbiyu's soul protection treasure activated and created a barrier with 5 colors surrounding her primordial spirit, blocking these chains. Ghost Lord took this opportunity to counterattack. A fire spear appeared before him before plunging toward Zenbiyu. Luckily, she still had some battle experience as her body acted instinctively and turned into metal. Zenbiyu looked at the wound on her waist with a frown. She activated the law of water and wood to heal herself before focusing on the battle. Should I continue to fight or just run away? She did not like to fight in the first place, especially a pointless battle like this with nothing to gain. Maybe I can use this experience as a form of tempering, she thought, hesitating on the right choice. Meanwhile, her alter ego/real personality observed everything deep from her sea of consciousness. After seeing the battle, she secretly shook her head, lamenting how terrible her battle experience was. As an expert in 5 elements law, her other self should know that fire overcomes metal, so why use metal to defend against that attack? Water was the perfect counter. However, she was okay with it since she was responsible for this outcome. She purposely influenced the other ego to decrease her battle capabilities, hoping that the 5-element palace would allow her to seal herself and not fight in this generation. She wanted to wait for the deal with Wang Wei to finish before proving the Tao in another generation. Regrettably, things were not going her way. Chaos 2. Zenbiyu's primary personality frowned as she watched the alter ego battle these fought people. Her body was full of wounds, but she continued to fight. Ghost Lord and his men were not in the best shape either, with one lying on the death, his fate unknown. Despite the alter's ego drastic increase in battle experience, she was not happy. She tried to influence it to run away and abandon the battle. And her action was about to succeed until the last minute when the alter ego ignored her influence and chose to temper herself. So, she waited until the battle progressed to this state where the alter ego had used much of her spiritual power to influence her to run away. And this attempt was successful. 5 elements escape, En0v1 4 clones of Zenbiyu appeared next to her, making 5 of her. Each one looked exactly like her and had the same wounds, aura, and soul fluctuation. The first one turned into a flaming meteor and rushed in the north direction. The second turned into a cloud before blending with the other clouds in the sky. With this method, she was almost indistinguishable from any other normal cloud. The third blended with the soil and disappeared. The fourth one turned into a sword and flight in the southern direction. The final one exploded and released a type of pollen that affected people's divine sense and reduced their searching capabilities. Ghost Lord and his group were too slow in their response. And when they tried to act, they could not distinguish which of the five was the primary body. "Damn it," yelled Ghost Lord. He lost his primary body, and his blood servant was severely injured, which would require countless resources to heal. And despite all these losses, he gained nothing in return. He looked at his collapsing follower and gave the latter a healing pill. "Hurry up and heal. We need to target someone else." Deep in a mountain cave not far from the battle, Zhenbiu sat cross-legged to heal while also reviewing her gain. As she was using this battle to increase her battle foundation, she could not help but focus on the unbalance of these people, the yin and yang unbalance between their bodies and their soul. 5 zhang organs, 5 elements, balance, mutual generation and overcoming the cycle of yin and yang. She entered a state of enlightenment as the laws of yin-yang flashed before her. However, she only comprehended a small portion before it turned into the 5 elements law, deepening her comprehension. "As expected," muttered the primary personality with desolateness in her voice. The alter ego creation is a form of great fortune for her. After all, it is a state of mind perfect for comprehending the law of heaven and earth. And with the 5 elements balance physique, it's as if she had 2 powerful physiques. With such talent, she could evolve 5 elements into yin-yang. Yin-yang into taiji and taiji into chaos, she muttered. "With my knowledge and ability, it should not be a problem to pass the outlaw trial for taiji Dao and have some hope for chaos." She could not help but think about her bright future. Each evolution would grant a law baptism that drastically increases her strength, meaning such a path would establish a better foundation for cultivation than directly comprehending taiji law. Sadly, that damn woman won't let this happen. If any of the clones cultivate anything other than 5 elements Dao, she cannot benefit. So, they all have restrictions on them. All I have to do is wait. Once Wang Wei frees me, my future will be bright. Zhenbiu plans to wait to gain her freedom. Then she will influence the alter ego to walk that path. And once it comprehends yin-yang law, she will use some means to perfectly fuse with the alter ego. Usually, during day-to-day events, she will be the primary personality. However, she can let the alter ego out when cultivating and using her talent. The primary personality took a moment to calm down. As she gazed at her other self cultivating, she pondered and planned for the future. 5 Heart has begun to act. She must have noticed the anomaly in this generation. She knew she had lost control of the alter ego due to 5 Heart. And in the future, the alter ego will have more changes. Currently, it does not even have immortal venerable 1 leaf strength. However, after 5 Heart's intervention, she will quickly become enlightened in the Tao of 5 elements and drastically increase her power. And the excuse used to avoid heavenly Taoist detection is she has awakened some memories and abilities from her past life. As Zhenbiu thought of that woman's control over her, great anger rose deep in her heart. "Be calm. Soon I will be free. Then I will have a bright future in all heaven myriad world. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Ko, Emrath territory." Huang Yuang stood before a group of dead bodies, with a black and white book in front of him and a woman standing blankly behind him. He held the soul of one of the survivors, using the law of life and death to search his memories. "Pursuing longevity world?" he muttered with a frown before continuing. "So, these people were only pawns used by someone else? But who? And why are they targeting the myriad emperor world?" He had lived a long time compared to his peers and had many experiences. And after his wife's betrayal, he became wiser, more sinister, and scheming. And after experiencing the competition in the upper world, he realized the necessity for these skills and trained. As such, after seeing the weird secret realm that suddenly appeared out of nowhere and how it lured many people, it was not hard to put 2 and 2 together. Let's not focus on these things. If the sky is falling, these immortals are here to hold it. I need to focus on the current situation. He looked at the bodies on the floor. These people sure have a long lifespan. It's a shame their cultivation system requires a unique energy from their world. Huang Yuan frowned as he pondered deeply. I have completely refined the life-death book and even turned it into the anchor of my Tao. With this method, he could display the full ability of the book and utilize such a powerful law as life and death. The only downside is if something happened to the book, his Tao foundation would be destroyed, and his path of cultivation might be cut off. Nevertheless, Huang Yuan chose this because this was the only way he saw to kill Wang Wei after his humiliating defeat. However, after joining the Suppressing Fate Alliance and learning of the latter's true power, he knew he was dreaming, thinking he could kill the latter on his own. Although I have complete control of the book, I'm still limited by my cultivation and cannot display its full power. Innate treasure had a low threshold for use and no backlist, unlike Emperor artifacts. However, mortals still could not display their full powers. However, there might be a way. I can extract these people's lifespans and use them as sacrifices. He can use much more power from the book with this method. He suddenly rushed to check on these people's conditions. I should not have killed them. Luckily, a few can still be saved. Extracting their lifespan from them would be more efficient if they were alive. He controlled his book and used the power of life and death to save a few of these people while also gathering the scattered souls of the others. Huang Yuan placed them away before smiling. He turned around to look at his former wife, Fan Qianhan. Do you see? Despite your betrayal, I'm slowly walking on the path of Emperor, getting closer and closer. Huang Yuan sneered. Despite refining her into his slave, he kept some of her consciousness so she could experience all the suffering he inflicted on her and watch him reach the top. And once he proves the Tao, he will release her consciousness to watch the regret dawn on her. I can believe I have to use resources in this waste, thought Huang Yuan, suddenly disgusted after looking at her. After his defeat, many people in the Loose Cultivator Alliance began to doubt him and even considered reducing his resources and even his title as Heaven Chosen. Huang Yuan quickly realized why these loose cultivators could never equal sects and great clans. They lacked unity. As soon as some troubles arrive, their independent natures take over, leading to distrust, hesitation, and infighting. Luckily, he acted swiftly to show them his power after completely refining the book. However, he also no longer trusted the Alliance lords and upper echelons of the Alliance. So, he began to take power rapidly and control the Alliance. And with his talent and strength, it was no problem to defeat the other and convince the elders. Nevertheless, he did not trust other people from the Alliance to lead his troops for the Heaven Will battle. Huang Yuan then decided to use Fan Qianhan since she was the only person incapable of betraying him. Go get the troops. We are going to hide, he ordered, not wanting to deal with the current chaos. Huang Yuan suddenly turned around to see a man holding a sword looking at him. He instantly became serious since he felt a significant threat. Chaos 3. Who are you? Asked Huang Yuan, looking at the cold and indifferent before him. The man's eyes were bright, and they placed an intense, almost tangible pressure on him. It was like he was looking at a beast with extremely sharp edges. Sword Demon, Dugu Jing, from Myriad Law World. Huang Yuan had never heard about such a place. However, this was not the time to care about these things. His mind began to work on overdrive, thinking about how to deal with this situation. Are you also here for the Eternal Supreme Inheritance? He asked, hoping to keep talking and buy himself more time. I don't need any inheritance. Only a few people could proclaim with certainty they would be eternal emperors, let alone eternal supreme, so Huang Yuan did not know whether he should admire this man's confidence or sneer at his ignorance. He wanted to say something, but Dugu Jing interrupted him. Stop wasting time, he said coldly. I only care about challenging powerhouses. If you are a worthy challenger, I can spare your life. Huang Yuan squinted his eyes. Arrogant, I see. The book appeared before him as life-death innate laws shown before him. The fact he can display the book's innate laws shows how much control Huang Yuan has and its deep connection. Sword Demon Dugujing did not say anything else but swung his sword, sending a golden sword to his opponent. Huang Yuan swiftly responded and brought death to the attack. Unfortunately, The slash cut off his attack and headed directly toward his body, forcing him to surround himself with the most powerful shield he could muster. The terrifying power of the slash pushed him dozens of meters back, leaving marks on the soil. "Law of gold," he muttered with an ugly look. He thought he had met a peerless pure swordsman, but he was wrong. He encountered something even scarier. The person in front of him was part of the lowest swordsman category that used their sword to control a law. He controlled gold law, one of the primary laws that these swordsmen loved to use. However, Dugu Jing was nothing but ordinary or lowly. Each of the 5 elements has some attributes associated with them. Fire is wild, explosive, and a few other things. Water is vast, nourishing, and wrathful. Earth is sturdy, suppressing, and towering. Wood is full of life or vitality. Meanwhile, one of the main attributes of metal is sharpness. Dugu Jing focused on that aspect to support his sword cultivation, reaching a level equal to some of the best pure swordsmen. The sword demon calmly watched his opponent before attacking a second time. Huang Yuan felt his eyes hot and his skin itched simply due to the overwhelming sharpness of that slash. Undead army, Huang Yuan summoned a large number of dead bodies. Upon closer inspection, these people's skeletons were different colors: black, silver, gold, and some glistened like pure jade. They were body refiners. Unfortunately, the golden slash cut through these people's bodies as easily as a sharp knife cutting through butter. Samsara shield. He used the power generated by the alternation between life and death laws to acquire the power of samsara. Bang! His shield only lasted for a few seconds before breaking apart. Luckily for him, his technique blocked the attack, saving his life. Huang Yuan became pale. The life-death book was intact. After all, it was an extreme innate treasure, on par with some chaos treasure. However, this was the root of the problem. He could not use its full power. The shield broke not because the book was weak but because he could not support using it. "You're too weak," commented Dugu Jing. "However, it's understandable since you rely too much on external aid." "Foreign aid," uttered Huang Yuan with a sneer. "Are you powerful, or the book makes you powerful? If you can't even see such an obvious thing, there is no hope for you to become a powerhouse. You have broken through the mortal-immortal boundary. Are you the only one in your world?" "No, there are 2 others. But they are not my opponent." "You're lucky there are you 3. In my world, there are at least 7 people. Moreover, 2 of them can fight and kill Dao Ancestor. Not to mention other variables that might affect the battle level during the final battle. In such a situation, relying on foreign aid is my only choice." Dugu Jing squinted his eyes as he remembered the terrible fluctuation he sensed in another territory a little while back. Although he only felt a slight fluctuation, he felt the terror. One of my peers has such strength? He thought someone used some Dao talisman to have such power. His eyes became brighter as he wanted to challenge that person. Dugu Jing knew he could not win and probably even die. However, he did not care. His pursuit is to fight powerful opponents and sublimate himself and his soul through battle and life and death trials. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Let me send you on the way, he said with his usual cold tone. As soon as these words came out of his mouth, Huang Yuan acted and used his best escape technique. He brought death to the surrounding space to manipulate it and teleport to an unknown location. Swish! Dugu Jing slash cut off the space and stopped his escape. He then swung his sword for a second time. Huang Yuan's face became ugly as he watched that brilliant light coming toward him. He felt his thinking slow down and his body unable to move. More importantly, he felt his upcoming death. At the very last moment, he did one thing. He summoned Fan Qianhan to appear before him. If he is going to die, hell take her with him. Furthermore, there is a slight chance Dugu Jing did not want to kill a woman and stop the attack. Or an even small probability that using her as a shield would allow him to survive. Swish! A white light enveloped the 2, and they disappeared from sight. Dugu Jing immediately became on guard, thinking an enemy had approached him, and he was incapable of detecting it. He searched the surrounding area with his divine sense but found nothing. Could it be? P. Indian 0 C. Huang Yuan and Fan Qianhan appeared in another small world created by Wang Wei's formation. He immediately looked around, hyper-alert to his environment. I'm saved? But who did it? He barely finished his words before a thick red thread appeared above his head and connected to him. He reacted and tried to defend himself with the life-death book, but it was useless. The karma thread attached to him, and he knew he owed a heavy debt, the debt of life-saving. Could it be him? But why would he save me? He did not think it was simply to our a karma debt. Don't think about it. Let's heal first. The sharpness of that attack affected his soul simply because he looked at it, and it was so close to him. In another territory, Mo Xingyan's body was slowly falling apart due to the besiegement of a group of people. I've told you many times, I'm a puppet. There is no reward for killing me, she tried to persuade them. That is yet to be determined. Plus, this puppet's craftsmanship is quite unique. With the right buyer, it should be worth a lot of money. Mo Xingyun frowned as she continued to resist. The luck backlash is worse than I thought. The heaven-devouring emperor knew heavenly Tao did approve of his method of reviving. And the technique used to counter him is through calculations and a backlash of luck. He foresaw this situation, hence the reason he only took over Mo Xingyan's body after she reached a certain level. Unfortunately, he did not expect it to be this bad. After arriving on this continent, he had suspicions about the 7 Devil Kings since he knew about the Devil Primogenite. And when Gluttony's troops attacked his men to prevent him from killing more devils, he saw Gluttony's generals use some power from his Tao and recognized what it was. Immediately, Heaven Devouring planned to swallow Gluttony and learned from the Devil Primogeniter's Tao. He even planned to hunt the other devils to fuse the Tao and manifest the genuine 7 Sin Tao. With such a unique Tao, he can benefit whether he learns from it or uses it as a sub-Tao. He only needed to deal with the restraint of the rules and hiding under Wang Wei's nose. After the fall of Heavenly Tao, he thought an opportunity presented itself. However, it did not take long for numerous people to attack him until he was in this sorry state. As he watched his puppet body fall apart, he was incomparably calm. It's fine if I fail this time. After I revive, I can still get my hands on that unique Tao. Before that, let's make some preparation in the 9 Devil God world. Mo Xingyun looked at these people. Boom. He blew himself up, killing many people with him. He would not leave anything for these people. Kiss 4. Tong Ruobing looked at the people who attacked her and frowned. Her complexion was still pale from her defeat at Wrath's hands. She did not care for most of the others, but the leader of this group gave her a sense of danger. She guessed even if she were in perfect health, it would be challenging to deal with him. She calmly tapped her toes on the ground, and an enormous formation appeared above the sky. After her loss, she learned from her mistake and prepared backhands to fight more powerful opponents and create more escape opportunities. With the formation, she was able to bind the powerful group leader. Tong Ruobing knew she could not kill the latter, but it will also take some time to get out of that formation. As a talisman master with a unique rune physique, her ability for a raise was close to her talisman talent. She waved her finger to manifest 2 talismans, Suppression Talisman and Soul-Searching Talisman. People from the Beast Master World? A Heavenwell world focused on controlling beasts or demons and fighting with them. Their stages of cultivation involved controlling more beasts and growing or evolving their bloodline. Furthermore, the Beast Master can receive feedback from their blinds with their beast to increase their body and soul and have numerous divine abilities. Some talented people are even born with an accompanying beast, some of which can have innate or even chaos bloodlines. As long as they can purify their beast's bloodline, they will have the strength of an innate demon god. Someone is plotting against the myriad emperor world. In a short moment, Tong Runing thought of many things. She knew her world had been cut off from the endless void for some time, but it was still famous. After the deception trial, the myriad emperor world caught other world communities' eyes. The trial, the closing of the lower dimension, and this event, all these events are related somehow. And I have a feeling Wang Wei is connected to these events. She squinted her eyes. A complete son of era. A person with the destiny to open a new era. No, not just any era, an era that revitalizes the current downward trend of the world. However, some people in other world communities do not want our revival. Numerous thoughts flashed in her mind. A few talismans appeared before her, blessing her brain and soul to increase her comprehension and better help her analyze the situation. The core of this issue is the deception trial. Wang Wei seemed to be caught in some infighting in the upper dimension. Right after these people left, the lower dimension was sealed. And from the information I learned from the ancestors, the only thing that can seal the entire lower dimension, true heavenly Tao. So, why would it seal the lower dimension? Tong Ruobing felt she was approaching the truth, so she put her brain on overflow. True heavenly Tao wanted to protect Wang Wei. It may sound absurd since he is only a talented mortal in the lower dimension. However, if I consider the new era he will open has some sort of benefit to the upper dimension, it will make sense. She remembered the conversation Wang Wei had with Xiao Tiandi, the number 1 genius from the upper dimension. I'm right. He mentioned the so-called 7 moons and 2 suns. If these people forcefully reigned over the upper dimension, to the world's detriment, true heavenly Tao would not accept such a thing. But, if Wang Wei's new era somehow led to changes in the upper dimension, it would explain why it sealed the lower dimension to protect him. Tong Ruobing knew she lacked much information but knew she was on the right track. Suddenly, her pupil dilated as she thought of something. I finally understand the conversation Wang Wei had with Yu Zhou. Some people from the upper dimensions sent people into the myriad emperor world to interfere in the heaven will battle and prevent it from rising. And Wang Wei was hunting them down since he is an era son. Tong Ruobing suddenly smiled. If I play my card correctly, I might have a small chance at proving the Tao. Her chances were already small, but they increased a little with this idea. And even if it fails, I can ensure I survive and leave the battle intact. However, I need to be decisive when necessary. Her eyes lit up before disappearing to her hiding spot. Tong Ruobing did not continue healing but contacted someone. My Empress, the light of my heart, how are you doing? Said Mu Lei, who was not ashamed these words came from this mouth. Why is recently your mouth getting sweeter? PN0V1 calm, don't you like it? I read a mortal book on courtships that said women like to be praised. No women dislike compliments, but too much makes you seem too eager. That makes sense. So, why did you contact me? I thought you were in your cleanup? I am, but something happened. She explained the situation to him. What? Yelled Mu Lu. Are you okay? Who dares attack you? Tell me where you are, and I'll come to kill them. 9 stars appeared on his forehead, releasing a terrifying killing intent that made the star he was on tremble. Even though the talisman, Tong Ruobing, couldn't. Calm down, she hurriedly said, knowing he would really come here to kill these people. I did not call you to ask you to avenge me. Anyway, you can't defeat her. Tong Ruobing did not say these words even though she knew they were true. After the trial, Mu Lei found a way to control laws with certain qi while continuing his pure body refining. Currently, he has a high chance of reaching the 7-leaf limit. However, she felt he would not be the match for that devil. I want to ask if you heard any information about other planes who wanted to attack the Myriad Emperor world. No, but I can guess who is responsible. Well, the people most likely to be behind this move. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Oh who? The Spirit Genesis sect from the Battle Spirit world. Tong Ruobing waited to hear him explain, but he remained quiet, staring at her. You know I don't know who they are. I know, but I just wanted you to talk and hear your voice. Be serious, she replied with the slightest blush on her face, but it was here only a moment before disappearing. They are the most powerful faction in the Endless Void, allegedly. They are also one of the most mysterious forces. What makes you say that? The mode of operation is similar to how they operate, always on the shadow. There have been many strange events targeting the rise of certain factions, and many people believed they were responsible. However, the method used against your sect seemed rushed and shoddy. Is that all the evidence you have? Tong Ruobing felt this was insufficient to prove or even suspect that sect. You said someone or something broke a heavenly Tao on par with Eternal Emperor, right? Yes. Only an immortal sovereign has such power. However, most of them have to worry about sealing themselves and hiding from true heavenly Tao and would only show up after the time of the heaven will battle. Interfering in another world community's battle is a taboo for these immortal sovereigns. They would only do this even if they knew they would ascend and leave the lower dimension. However, rumors are that the Spirit Genesis sect has a way of hiding from true heavenly Tao. Or, at the very least, they have a way of lowering heavenly Tao tolerance toward the member of their sect. So, they are probably the ones who recently attacked the Myriad Emperor world. Wait, we were attacked? Don't you know? Or right, you're not back home yet. But yes, some people attack your plane. Luckily, Wang Wei had the insight to activate the protection array, and the Tao opening sect suddenly had an Eternal Emperor level insurgent? They do. You didn't know? No, replied Tong Ruobing with a frown. This will change the power balance of the entire world. Probably, Mu Lei replied. Anyway, have you thought about what I said? Based on the current situation, Wang Wei is the one who will prove the Tao. It would be best to compete in another world. My decision is the same, I want move. Tong Ruobing had many reasons not to leave. Firstly, like most cultivators, she had affection for the Myriad Emperor world and will not easily leave. Cultivators are selfish people who value benefits above anything else. However, when it comes to certain things like nationalism or pride in their mother world, most people are stubborn. Of course, there are other reasons most cultivators do not go to weaker worlds to prove the Tao. First, treasure to travel to other world communities are rare and precious. Secondly, there is the identity token. Only emperor lineages can condense these things, and no lineage will trust foreign cultivators. And for a cultivator like Tong Ruobing with a background, her faction won't easily allow her to go to another world or help her acquire a token through an exchange. As for Tab Ruobing, she had another reason she refused to move. She wanted to challenge herself. Cultivators can learn as much, if not more, from defeat than from success. Fighting monsters like Wang Wei and Di Tian can be a sublimating process for her cultivation journey. She might die, but the experience will be valuable if she survives. Anyway, her path will not be cut off as long as she survives. Are you sure? If something happens to you, I don't think I will be able to avenge you. He knew how powerful Wang Wei was and did not think he could win even after proving the Tao. I don't need you to avenge me. Fine. Mu Lei knew his future Tao companion was headstrong, which was one reason he loved her. Anyway, once he becomes an emperor, he can easily revive her by taking her soul from samsara. And since her existence would not be affected, he did not have to worry about her imprint. KSV, PND NOV 1. Ko, Mao Shen was in an intense combat against someone from the pursuing longevity world, and their battle was relatively equal. Although he did not use his dragon, he used 80% of his power, and the opponent also appeared to have reservations. This man is a genius, he thought. And the reason for that was his opponent broke the barrier between immortal and mortal only using a pure energy system, no strong body or wielding law. Moreover, it was not due to some rare and powerful qi like destruction qi. The opponent was simply converting whatever inner energy his system used into 5 elements and yin-yang qi, yet he still acquired immortal veniable battle prowess. Bao Shen suddenly stopped and indicated for the other to do the same. Fellow Taoist, it's obvious this battle is pointless. How about we stop? I can't. I need the eternal supreme inheritance, said a young man wearing a blue robe, long black hair, and an immortal or dreamy-like atmosphere. Fellow Taoist, may I ask for your name? Zhu Tao, from the Mountain and Sea sect. I don't know why fellow Taoist Zhu wants the inheritance so badly when it's obvious this is a trap. Zhu Tao hesitated for a moment before answering. Because of the weakness of the pure qi path, our world has only given birth to 2 eternal emperors and not a single eternal supreme. I will be the third, but I have no confidence in becoming an eternal supreme. With your strength, as long as you temper your body and comprehend the law, You have a high chance of succeeding, commented Aoshin. However, Zhu Tao shook his head. My goal is to show pure qi refiners can become eternal supreme. I want to change the cultivators in my world. I want to give them hope that our path is not the weakest and has potential. Zhu Tao has many plans after proving the Tao. He will revitalize the pure qi refiner's path and optimize the cultivation system of his world. He also wanted to change the spirit of the world and have these cultivators stop obsessing over longevity and focus on other things. As such, he needed an eternal emperor scripture to learn from its uniqueness since it would likely increase his chances of achieving his goals. Aoshin's eyes lit up as he thought of something. I may be able to help. Oh, how? I know the inheritance place of the only eternal supreme of the martial hegemony world. If we work together, we might be able to get it. And why didn't you get it yourself? Asked Zhu Tao. Despite his young face, he has lived for nearly 100 million years. The inheritance is from the martial beast emperor, explained Aoshin. According to history, his family abandoned him in the wild when he was only 3 years old because of poverty. However, he was not killed by demonic or wild beasts instead. Instead, a wolf raised. As the martial beast emperor walked in the cultivation path, he signed a contract with the wolf and trained it from a wild beast to a Tier 9 demon with a unique bloodline. In the final battle, the two teamed up to wipe out all geniuses of that generation. And after proving the Tao, brother martial beast emperor and the wolf evolved to the emperor realm. How is that possible? I don't know exactly, but I'm guessing it has to do with whatever Tao he cultivated. Aoshin did not find this fact surprising since he knew of the Yin-Yang companion emperor, who used the infatuation flower to become emperor. The inheritance of the martial beast emperor requires a human and demon to acquire it. Before, I did not have anyone I trusted. And you trust me? Of course not. However, I trust you more than the humans in my world. Furthermore, we do not have any conflict of interest and can peacefully cooperate. Zhu Tao pondered for a moment. Although he would like to have a normal eternal supreme scripture, but one as unique as the martial beast emperors might better help him. Furthermore, he did not have much choice since the probability that the inheritance trial he was doing on this continent was nothing but a hoax. Of course, he knew the demon was not only doing this because of the inheritance. His objective seemed to become closer and maybe even form an alliance. Zhu Tao did not mind allying with a demon race. He was not pedantic nor a human purist. Although there is a lot of confrontation between demons and humans, they have also worked together occasionally. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Zhu Tao's analysis was correct. Aoshin wanted the demon race to have foreign allies since he would not put all his eggs in one basket. He did not know if or when the Tao opening sect would have a change of heart, leaving his race in a worse situation than it was. Although he had some allies in the martial hegemony world, they were not enough. He wanted more. His original plan was to ally with other demon races from other world communities. The demon race even had contact with another place called the Demon Supremacy World. However, they have never heard from these people after the brief contact during the deception trial. This human before him might be the perfect ally. I agree to work with you, said Zhu Tao. When and where do we meet? The two then discussed the details of their cooperation while briefly mentioning a possible alliance in the future. Hua Fenghuang's body was severely injured as her rib cage was showing, and a piece of her shoulder was missing. It was as if something had chopped it off. She ignored the terrible state of her body as she concentrated on her opponent, a man and a woman. The man was a terrifying swordsman with unparalleled attacks. He's responsible for most of her injury. As for the women, Hua Fenghuang wanted to curse her. She was unlucky to meet two people with immortal venerable strength from the battle spirit world. What's worse, they seemed to be Tao companion and knew how to work together perfectly and combine their powers through tactics, techniques, and formation. When the battle began, she did not use her full power, test their strength, and try to analyze the situation. However, who knew the woman suddenly sealed 4 of her 5 innate laws, drastically reducing her power. Soon afterward, the man created another opportunity for his partner, and she sealed Huafenghuang's space ring to prevent her from using other means to escape. Damn it, who are these people, and why are they so well coordinated? She did not know these two came together because of the overwhelming pressure she brought upon them. One day, they decided to ally before eventually falling in love and becoming Dao companion. Huafenghuang was frustrated. However, her battle experience allowed her to calm down and think rationale. Her phoenix and back tortoise laws were sealed, reducing her regenerative and defensive capabilities. Luckily, she acted swiftly and saved the white tiger law, the one with the greatest offense. "Let's do it," said the man, and his wife nodded. He raised his sword, and she placed a mark on it, sealing all her power into the sword. "I'm sorry, but we need the inheritance." Swish. A beautiful blue light rushed toward Huafenghuang with terrible destructive capabilities. She attacked with all her strength to stop the attack, but it was pointless. "Am I going to die here?" She was unwilling. Without her carelessness, these people would not be her match with all 5 innate laws. And even if they were, she could escape with all her strength. "It's not fair. I have so much to do. The rise of the ancient clan depends on me. I have not returned us the glory of the past." It did not matter what she thought. The light was unstoppable. Swish. A white light enveloped her, and Huafenghuang disappeared, leaving the couple shocked and ignorant. They quickly checked the surrounding but could not detect the means the opponent used to escape. They looked at each other with terror before rushing into the distance with the fastest speed they could muster. In another small world, Huafenghuang suddenly appeared, also confused about what had just occurred. However, when she saw the giant karma thread forcibly connected to her, she had an idea of who had saved her and why. "You're the last person I want to owe karma to." After taking a moment to ponder the possible ramification of this debt, she knew it would not be favorable to her. Focus on healing first, that's the priority. Huafenghuang sat on the floor, trying to remove the seal in her space ring. She wanted to get some healing pills. Then she focused on removing the seal on her law. She was a little distracted, wondering whether she could pay the karma before the heaven will battle. Case 6. Feng Heng calmly looked at the people attacking him, analyzing the situation. A black and white shield will automatically appear to defend him, and none of his attackers could breach his defense. He searched for the weakest of the group and gazed at him. His eyes penetrated through the person's soul and read their memories. Central Spirit World. Someone is plotting against the Myriad Emperor world. After Wang Wei organized that assembly, I speculated about this possibility. However, I thought the problem had been resolved with the protection arrays. I did not expect these people to go so far. Feng Heng frowned, analyzing the situation on a deeper level. Are the people of the upper dimension responsible? Or is it some other planes? No matter the answer, things would negatively affect his plans. The rise of Buddhism will not be easy. Whether it's because of the upper dimension people trying to hinder its development or the terrible reputation, Buddhism had all over the endless void. I owe my thanks to Wang Wei. Over the past 1,000 years, he felt the rapid growth of Buddhism luck, which elated him beyond words he could describe. After suffering for so long, countless nights of despair, and planning for 3 eras, he finally felt the fruit of his labor. Feng Heng knew if he had to wait until he proved the Tao to spread Buddhism, the resistance he would encounter would drastically delay its revival. However, with Wang Wei's method of being overly secret and undetected, he has a foundation to act on after he has emperor strength. By then, all he has to do is the final step of removing the absolute beginning magic and fuse his Neo-Buddhism with Taoism's luck, and then his fellow monks no longer need to hide in special pure lands to cultivate. They can walk in the world and preach like any ordinary religion. After figuring out the situation, Feng Heng found himself in a conundrum. All the people who suddenly came to this continent were resources for the spread of Buddhism. As long as he influences some of the weak ones, they will do his bidding and help him gather more luck. However, he knew Wang Wei would have the same idea as him. The issue is whether to compete with the latter for luck. Or maybe they should work together to ensure a better result. He rapidly analyzed the pros and cons of his actions. Forget it. If I butt in, there is a high risk of being discovered and ruining everything. Wang Wei's method has proven to be effective so far. Although he lost most of Buddhism's luck, it was the price he would have to pay for such a smooth revival. Furthermore, no matter what Wang Wei does, he cannot overthrow him as the Buddha Lord of the new Buddhism sect. Feng Heng was confident in this fact for two reasons. Wang Wei can only be considered an honorary monk, to put it gently. And he would want to avoid being too involved with Buddhism because of the massive karma entanglement involved with the sect. Feng Heng analyzed Wang Wei deeply, knowing he would not want to be too involved in this mess because he could not control the situation in his direction. He would not want to be too entangled with the Maitreya Buddha because of her overwhelming power. After thinking for a moment, Feng Heng turned into a white light and disappeared in the distance. Xiao Songxi fought against a member of the armament race, and he was on the losing side. The armament race was technically a branch of the spirit race, but the ones in the myriad armament world refused to acknowledge this fact. As the name suggested, they are discarded weapons from failed products of weapon refiners who gain sentience. In the myriad armament world, there is a place called Failed Treasure Mountain. Many weapon refiners used to discard their failed artifacts there until these weapons gained sentience and became spirit races. Then one day, one of them proved the Tao and established a sect around the mountain. The emperor refined the Failed Treasure Mountain into a secret realm that produced a valuable resource for weapon refiner. As such, the sect would exchange this resource with other sects in exchange for their failed product to place in the mountain to continue growing their race. Nothing went right ever saw I met that deplorable man, thought Xiao Songxi as more and more injuries appeared over his body. Ever since he met Wang Wei in the Eternal Dream sect, he felt his luck go downhill. He returned to the Baishi clan, hoping to use their resources to increase his chances of proving the Tao and to force his inhuman father to apologize to his mother for abandoning them. He wanted the latter to pay for all the snide remarks he suffered during his childhood when children called him fatherless, or even worse when they called his mother a whore. At first, he suffered tremendous pressure upon his arrival at the clan. However, after displaying his talent, the elders barely accepted him. He slowly rose up the ladder and made a name for himself. However, not long afterward, the abominable human came and threatened him with his parents' life, forcing him to get some information from a star sage bloodline. He used all his means. And with some act of desperation and a significant sacrifice, he succeeded in his mission. Please visit Panda, N0V1. After this event, Xiao had another goal, to become as strong as possible to protect his family. He wanted nothing between heaven and earth capable of harming his family. So, he worked extra hard to increase his strength. He practiced the law of blood and used the devouring talent of the Baishi clan to purify his bloodline, reaching a level that shocked the clan. He was considered a genius not seen in 100 generations of the Baishi clan. With his talent, he suppressed his peers, including his half-brother, the clan's chosen heir. He overcame the clan's prejudice against his human bloodline and gathered many elders on his side, taking power in the clan. Xiao Songxi then proceeded to take power from his father. When the latter tried to resist, he showed him how most of the elders and ancestors were by his side. And when his father tried to use force to fight back, he suppressed him with one palm. Xiao Songxi never forgot that day. The satisfaction he felt as he witnessed that man squirm under his palm, the anger, hatred, resentment, and regret he saw in his father's eyes, was nourishment to his soul. On that day, his state of mind sublimated, and he felt a weight lifted from his shoulder. The only regret was that man refused to apologize to him and his mother. However, Xiao Songxi did not mind. He was patient and imprisoned his father. He planned to wait until he became an emperor and see him again. He wanted to see more regrets in the latter's eyes and rub it on his face that he made the wrong choice of abandoning them. Sadly, his happiness did not last long. The Baishi clan required him to pass numerous challenging trials before using the 5-star sage. Although it was the hardest thing he ever did, he passed it. With excitement, Xiao Songxi asked the sage how to become an eternal emperor, and her answer was, to seal himself and wake up in another generation. He could not fathom why he received this answer, nor could the elders. So, Xianxia insisted he wanted to prove the Tao in this generation. The star stage then gave the nightmare of his current situation. This generation was an ultimate glorious age with countless talented breaking the barrier between mortal and immortal. Furthermore, 2 people achieved the 9-extremity foundation, completely reducing his chances to nearly 0. Xianxia did not give up. He experienced too much just to accept this result. So, he asked her how to achieve 9-extremity. The answer once again almost drove him to despair. He had no time or desire for the orthodox path, so he wanted to try the unorthodox one. So, he asked how to comprehend a little bit of existence, and he received 3 answers. Pa, Nd, A. No, the one. The first is to have an eternal emperor preach it to him. The second is comprehending it by luck, and lastly, using an eternal supreme scripture. Song Xiaoxi almost collapsed with this news. The first option was not possible for obvious reasons. Furthermore, the laws of heaven and earth did not allow eternal emperors to leave a recording of their preaching of existence in the lower dimension. As for the second option, Xiaoxi did not think his luck was that good. His only option was the eternal supreme scripture. However, the sage told him these scriptures were in the hands of the ancient clans, the Tao opening sect, and the Tai profound gate. The only available ones for him were Empress Wu and the human emperor. The empress left her inheritance somewhere in the endless void before the devil exiled her to the upper dimension. The human emperor might have left his inheritance in the Qin's treasury. Furthermore, comprehending existence from an eternal supreme scripture was the option with the least statistical chance. The probability was too minuscule. Xiaoxi did not give up. His last resort was to use his talent and luck to comprehend existence. So he asked the star stage how to succeed. Then she gave him a fatal blow and told him his talent was insufficient to comprehend existence as a mortal. Nevertheless, she gave him many different options for increasing his talent to that level. She also explained how talent was not the only requirement. He needed the right opportunity or luck. The sage then told him the exact opportunity to achieve enlightenment. Finally, Xiaoxi had to give up. Most of these methods were unachievable due to the extravagant resources required, the danger, or the low chances of success. Even the opportunity to comprehend existence, she told him, was too perilous and was not worth the risk. In the end, he asked if there was a way to prove the Tao without achieving 9-extremity, and she told him a method with less than a 1% chance. A white light enveloped Xiaoxi and saved him from his death. And the next chapter should be the last chaos one. Chaos Finale. Jingwu Hua's flame burned the opponent, making them scream in agony. Finally, one of them was smart enough to run away, and she did chase after him. Instead, she took a moment to search the soul of a few of her attackers and learned about the situation. After knowing someone was plotting against this year's heaven will battle, Jingwu Hua could not find it in herself to care. Ever since she woke up from her seal in this generation, her mind has been preoccupied with worry. Father, where are you? Did something happen to you? Thought Jingwu Hua, and these thoughts have not stopped for the past 1,000 years. After waking up in this generation, she discovered her father left detailed instructions for her to start recultivating to strengthen her foundation. Her father also told her she left a present to ensure her success in this generation. And after the deception trial, she finally used the thing he left, a piece of his bone. Her father left her a perfectly preserved emperor bone to absorb. And after she succeeded, her foundation, fleshly body, bloodline, soul, and even law comprehension drastically increased. Nevertheless, despite the sudden increase in strength, Jingwu Hua was unhappy. And that's because her father did not appear to see her. Jingwu Hua is not unreasonable and knows Great Emperor cannot easily interact with the lower dimension after ascending. However, she knows her father should have left some means to contact her. Of course, this was not the main reason for her worry. The leading cause is she could not sense their bloodline connection. At first, she thought it was because of how weak she was, but after absorbing the bone, their bloodline connection should have deepened. But even then, she could not sense her father's existence. As such, she did not know whether he was dead or purposely hiding. During the deception trial, she learned of the terrible situation of the upper dimension. Jingwu Hua knew her father was the kind of person who would not bow to anyone, including the 7 moons and 2 suns. So, she's worried he's gotten into major trouble. Calm down, thought Jingwu Hua. What I need to do is finish absorbing the Emperor Bone and increase my strength. Then, find an opportunity to prove the Tao before ascending to search for him. She disappeared from her location, hiding in some unknown place. For the next week or so, Wang Wei secretly saved many people who reached the standard of heavenly Tao, forming numerous karma debts. And this time around, these people cannot easily remove the karma threads he placed on them since he saved their lives. Simultaneously, many of these geniuses also die. Of course, the geniuses from other world communities also suffered heavy casualties. On top of a mountain, Wang Wei opened his eyes and exhaled. Too soon, he muttered. Based on his retreat, he knew it was too soon to reach the heavenly Tao control level. He would need to prove the Tao before he had a chance to create the stage of that technique. Nevertheless, by spying on that level in advance, he set up the foundation to succeed in the future. And I did benefit plenty, he commented. Through the aura from the destroyed heavenly Tao, he comprehended more about disordered Tao, which in turn elevated his fate Tao. He waved his hand to take out a booklet titled Health-Preserving Art. During the final part of Gu Xian's trial, he created the first part of a supplementary technique designed to increase the lifespan of quasi-emperors. He wanted to develop a method that improved the foundation of his sect. During his subsequent retreat after the trial, he finished the essence and spirit refining part of this technique. However, Wang Wei was disappointed because the technique did not reach his requirement. It did not allow people to live to the mortal limit of 269 trillion years old. According to his calculation, the longest a person could live with this technique was 750 million years. After this short retreat, he was inspired and believed he could push its boundaries in the billion-years-old aspect. I should be more ambitious, he commented. Instead of living to the limit of mortals, why not live as long as heaven and earth? How long can a world live? Wang Wei did not know exactly, but he knew no world was immortal and technically had a finite lifespan. The only exception to this rule is heaven will worlds, and that's because of the blessing of great emperors. Their preaching and actions can extend the life of a world. So, when it comes to a world like the 9 Devil God world, its lifespan will run out after a certain period with no blessing from a great emperor. Regardless of the current state of the 9 Devil God world, it can survive for hundreds of yuan epochs. So, if someone could live so long, they would be considered pseudo-immortal, thought Wang Wei. There is no way heavenly Tao would allow such a technique to exist. Not to mention the obvious flaw. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Co. Great emperors are sublimated once they prove the Tao, including their minds. It is one of the reasons time will have little effect on them. However, even they will suffer mental problems after leaving for too long. So, if a quasi-emperor could live for such a long time, their mind won't be able to bear the ravage of time. These people would become crazy and do atrocious things or even end their miserable life, muttered Wang Wei, calculating the ramification of his technique if he succeeded. Nevertheless, it would be interesting to try. He wanted to test the boundary and limit of heavenly Tao and what's allowed in the game. Previously, he believed heavenly Tao would severely restrict his 8-extremity foundation, but nothing has occurred as more people cultivated it. Wang Wei estimated the restriction would increase in difficulty when cultivating the technique. After writing down his ideas for this technique, he put them away before waving his hand to remove something from the formation. A purple orb floated in front of him, and he used his divine sense to look inside. A skinny giant with red skin and a third eye was inside. It seems the little girl Wrath kept her promise. He smiled before bending the void and sending his part of the bargain to her. A screen manifested before him, and he looked intently at it. Wang Wei watched all the people he saved and owed him karmic debts, along with the ones who did not need his help. The formation was not only here to save people but also a way to gather information. He squinted his eyes, obviously planning something malicious. He focused on Jingwu Hua, his mind flashing with ideas. She might be useful. Let's keep her alive if possible. The final battle was full of possibilities, so he would not actively restrain himself against his enemy. But if there were room for maneuvering, she would keep some people alive as long as they accepted defeat and left the battle space. A third ability of the formation was to gather soul imprints so he could access the world community of these foreign geniuses. Wang Wei closed his eyes and accessed the world communities of these people. And as usual, he selected some people to join his chat group and tasked them to create branches of his Fate Shadow Guard while also secretly spreading Buddhism. Buddhism is a bigger piece of fat than I expected, he commented as he sensed the vast luck slowly gathering. Once Feng Heng breaks the absolute beginning magic, he will have access to all this luck to bless his comprehension, making it easier for him to become an Empyrean. While dealing with these things, Wang Wei suddenly felt something and looked at his fate line. Sign of death? What's going on? He quickly checked, and his fate had a faint indication of his death. Although it was small, it was still there. The power of time and fate flashed in his eyes as he perused the infinite future possibilities. That's how it is, he muttered. I can't believe these people are willing to go this far. He frowned as he pondered his next step. Should I run away? He pondered before shaking his head. This is the perfect opportunity to temper myself through battle. Recently, he only fought people who were either too powerful or weak. Although he could find a worthy opponent back in the sect of the Battle Pagoda, these fights were not life and death. Plus, I can take this chance to test something. Wang Wei squinted his eyes before returning to a retreat state. He wanted to be in the best shape for the fight. 3 days later, the sky broke apart for the second time, and 5 people floated above, releasing the coercion of Dao Ancestor. Wang Wei acted swiftly and sent all the people in the continent out of this place, including the foreign intruders. Of course, he did not do it out of the kindness of his heart. He wanted these geniuses to return home and complain to their factions. He hoped these people would search for the mastermind behind this incident and put some pressure on them. Then he flew to these 5 people. Chapter 699. You seem to be expecting us, said Tai Zong, the leader of the 5-people squad. He was a bald man with tattoos on his head. His martial clothes were sleeveless, showing his bulging muscles and even more tattoos. He held a red halberd with his left, casually leaning it on his shoulder. Wang Wei could feel the intense fiendish aura of his person along with the other 4. He knew these people were individuals who lived their lives through battle. Mercenaries? He asked. Is it that obvious? Yes, especially since you're the type of person willing to become other people's pawn. The 5 quieted down for a moment before 3 laughed out loud. Boss, the information was correct. This kid has a mouth on him, said Monkey, a thin man with a luxurious robe who looked like a monkey with squinty eyes. It seems so. Don't be careless, said Lu Tong, an ordinary-looking young man wearing all black. Based on the information, this kid is not simple. The group immediately became serious after hearing this. Lu Tong was the advisor of their mercenary group. Because of his strategic mind, they could strive in the mercenary business and survive many difficult situations. Wang Wei noticed the shift in these people's state after the ordinary young man spoke. You must be the leader? I'm just a humble advisor. Wang Wei observed the dynamic between these 4 people before looking at the only woman in the group. She wore a dress that revealed her shoulder and a little bit of her bosom. She was beautiful by all typical standards, but the most striking aspect of her image was the tattoo on her left shoulder, granting her a wild and enticing aura. I understand. The bald man is the group leader but feels threatened by your intelligence and capability. He wants to kill you but knows the group will not survive long, and the others will leave once they learn the truth. However, this is not the only reason he wants to kill. It's because of her. He loves, well, maybe not love. He considers her his property, but she has feelings for you. Meanwhile, you are aware of all of this, so you intentionally make yourself look ordinary and less impressive to not garner his attention. You love her too, but you dare not show or confess your feelings. Am I right? No one answered him because he was spot on. Even Monkey, the slowest person in the group, caught on to the weird dynamic of this group. The only thing I'm wondering is why you are still in this group. Why not kill the Baldy and pursue your happiness? Or, at the very least, run away? Wang Wei had genuine puzzlement as he asked this question. He did not use any ability to find this information but simply deduced things based on these people's body movements, facial expressions, demeanor, and aura. His eyes were bright as he looked at these five, making them unconsciously shiver. Their heavenly halberd squad was famous in the Commerce Hub, known for accomplishing countless missions across hundreds of world communities. However, only a few times have they felt such pressure and fear from one gaze, and the first time it came from Immortal. I figured it out, loyalty, said Wang Wei. The Baldy saved your life, so you swore you would follow him no matter what. So, you will abandon your happiness and live every day in fear to keep your word. Wang Wei frowned. Based on your reaction, I was partially wrong. You did swear loyalty to him but not because he saved your life. Tai Zong and Lu Tong knew the reason for their odd relationship. When they were mortal, Lu Tong's poor mother fell sick and needed a lot of money for medicine, money that he did not have. Tai Zong was his neighbor and best brother. One day, the latter went to steal money in the city lord's mansion and lost an arm in the process. With the money, Lu Tong saved his mother and swore to always remember this act in his life. Later, they were both lucky enough to walk on the path of cultivation and even found a way to regrow Tai Zong's arm. These two sworn brothers were then fortunate enough to find a secret realm with a Dao seed and become Dao ancestors. Unfortunately, things became complicated with the creation of the Heavenly Halberd Mercenary Squad and the appearance of Ding Hua. If you think your words can affect our state of mind before this battle, you are gravely mistaken, said Lu Tong, who used all his experience to calm down and appeared unbothered. Wang Wei shrugged his shoulders, not minding in the slightest. If you guys tell me who hired you, I will pay you 10 times their price. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. How generous of you, said Ding Hua with an obvious sneer. No women like their deep secrets being revealed, especially so casually. Not really. I will hunt you down afterward. If you can run away from me, the reward will be yours. If not, I will get my money back. Enough, said Tai Zong, veins appearing in his neck and bald head. I hate cocky brats like you the most, born with a golden spoon in your mouth, flaunting your God-given talent and intellect. If not for your high birth, would you be anything? Would you have achieved your current strength and status? Life is not fair, so you can only blame fate, shrugged Wang Wei. Tai Zong no longer wished to use any more breath on this brat. He held his halberd with 2 hands, gathering his momentum. Wang Wei's lackadaisical attitude suddenly changed to be more serious. He did not underestimate these people as he knew their strengths were similar to his. The Dao Ancestor Realm 5 root system is not a division of realm but a foundation. To describe it with game terminology, it's like 2 game bosses at level 20, one is an ordinary boss, and the other an elite one. The regular boss represents someone with 3 root and the elite with 5 root. Nevertheless, they are still on the same level/realm. Bang! Wang Wei used his hand to block Tai Zong, but the force pushed him a few meters into the void, leaving a white mark on his palm. Panda, NOV, E13 root, 16% Grand Dao source. Each root gives an extra 5% boost in battle strength, so his strength is on par with my 5 root. Although technically weaker, he could make up the gap with his superior law and other tactics. The others should be equal or weaker than him, he analyzed. Mount heaviness, Tai Zong wielded his halberd downward, borrowing the power of the Grand Dao source. Wang Wei felt an intangible pressure, not from the attack but from the Grand Dao source itself. This is a power that is inherently noble, reigning supreme above all others' forms of power. As such, when he, Immortal, is facing it, he is naturally suppressed, making it harder for him to respond. Luckily, This was not the first time he faced a Dao ancestor, and he trained himself to react to even greater pressure. The sound of bones crashing echoed in the heavens, followed by a loud groan. However, the sound did not originate from Wang Wei but from Tai Zong. When the attack hit him, he rapidly switched his fate with Tai Zong, transferring the damage to his opponent. And since he did not expect this outcome, he suffered a terrible blow. Lu Tong acted swiftly. He waved his hand to manifest a healing talisman that restored his boss injury. Don't be rash. The information said he most likely cultivated Fate Dao. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was slightly surprised at Lu Tong's talisman Dao. Any profession Dao is extremely difficult to cultivate because of the immense resources required. The result of which is loose cultivators are less likely to become professionals, let alone cultivated it as their primary grand Dao source. All these thoughts flashed in his mind in less than a second. Then he rushed toward these people. He would not let them calmly heal themselves. I won't let you, said Ding Hua as she rushed forward with unmatched speed. The grand Dao source of wind flashed on her body as her speed surpassed infinity. She turned into a gale as she flew around him, attacking all parts of his body with her claws. Her attack could not break his skin, but Wang Wei's reaction speed was slower than hers, rendering him incapable of catching her or responding. Then she suddenly stopped moving. Ding Hua had a shocked look, wondering what had just happened. Of course, Wang Wei would not tell her he used Order Dao to ban the use of elemental powers in his immediate surroundings. Bang! Wang Wei punched her face, intending to explode her head. Unfortunately, a black shield appeared at the right time and blocked most of the force, but not all of it. Ding Hua flew backward dozens of kilometers before crashing on the ground. Wang Wei then looked at the person who intervened, the group's fifth member. He was a muscular man holding a red shield in his hand. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 700. Wang Wei looked at the fifth man. He was the only calm person in this group throughout his monologue. Besides a slight surprise at the beginning, he returned to a stoic and taciturn state. Wang Wei instantly appeared before him and punched him. The power of destruction emanated from his fist, trying to annihilate anything in its path. Cracks appeared on Gong Fan's Dao artifact, and he felt a terrifying power trying to erase him from the mortal plane. Luckily for him, Lu Tong acted swiftly and used a defensive talisman to boost his already powerful defensive shield. Then, since Gong Fan cultivated the defense Dao, he survived the attack. Regrettably, Wang Wei seemed to have predicted this outcome as he instantly activated his destiny ability, purpose manipulation. He changed the purpose of the talisman from a defensive talisman to one that boosted his attack. In other words, he took Lu Tong's power for himself. Bang! Gong Fan flew from the sky and crashed on the continent. Survived? Thought Wang Wei as he felt the vivid life force of the opponent. His mind rushed as he analyzed the situation. And he soon knew why. An Emperor artifact. Mortal cannot bring the full strength of Emperor artifacts. The best they can do is bring out about 20% of it, unless things like an array and a faction's chi luck are used. And even then, only when immortals control the arrays and luck could the weapon be used to their full capacities. And that's because the essence of mortals and immortals are different. Dao Ancestor can activate 20 to 90% of an Emperor artifact, depending on the user. And with his current strength, Wang Wei can only bring about 60%. However, if he uses more than the 20% limit, the artifact will absorb his lifespan because of his mortal essence. However, these people are Dao ancestors and do not have any issue with using Emperor artifact, thought Wang Wei. His mind worked faster than a quantum computer, so he analyzed the situation at an unimaginable speed. He moved his body slightly to evade Monkey's attack. A Saber Dao cultivator? He thought. Saber Dao has one of the highest defensive capabilities, even more than sword. The saber is a weapon for killing, and all saber wielders know this and treat it as such. Meanwhile, swordsmen often romanticized the sword. Even a powerful swordsman like Wang Tian is guilty of this mindset. Unfortunately, it is not as prosperous as sword Dao. And there are many reasons for that. The main one is there are no philosophies of pursuing pure saber Dao. Most saber wielders will do anything to increase their strength and kill their enemies. However, the few who pursue pureness as swordsmen are 10 times scarier. Use the talisman I gave you, yelled Lu Tong, and the group followed his order. A mysterious power enveloped them, protecting their fate. You guys are well prepared, commented Wang Wei. However, he did not care. His mastery of Fate Dao made these talismans minimal in their protection. At best, they can reduce his attacks and method by a few %. Swish. An arrow came out of nowhere, and his body moved on instinct to dodge. He looked over to see Ding Hua, with a swollen face holding a bow and condensing wind arrows. Fate escape. Whenever fate is, Wang Wei can be there. So, he instantly appeared before her. Before anyone could react, he attacked her again. Or so he thought. Bang. A shield blocked his attack, and this time around, she was not even pushed back. Wang Wei looked at Gong Fan. You're annoying, so you'll be the first to die. An enormous version of himself manifested behind him. His Dharma body. He wasn't serious before, muttered Monkey. The battle began less than a few minutes ago, and the opponent had already placed so much pressure on them. And even then he was not going all out. Formation 12D, suddenly yelled Lu Tong, and everyone acted on instinct, including the healed Tai Zong. A mountain appeared above Gong Fan, followed by numerous talismans and a wing barrier capable of shredding a few great thousand worlds. Meanwhile, Monkey used his most potent saber attack to stall the enemy. Paen, Dan, 0v1. C0M useless, commented Wang Wei as his Dharma body punched forward. The punch seemed nothing extraordinary, but Gong Fan's body slowly dissipated immediately afterward. The odd thing was he had no injuries on his body and soul. What just happened? Asked Monkey, unable to hide the fear in his eyes and voice. The law of time, said Lu Tong with gritted teeth. He had a circular rune in one of his eyes as he looked at Wang Wei. He sent his attack a few minutes to the past, killing Gong Fan. Since past Gong Fan is dead, the present one will also die. He can do that? You can actually see through my technique? You're quite the talent, commented Wang Wei. Do you want to join my Dao opening sect? I can give you the status of ancestor and enjoy countless resources. No, thank you. It's all right. Anyway, I don't think you will survive much longer, Wang Wei replied before looking at the monkey-looking man. You're next. Lu Tong, what do I do? Monkey did not think he could survive that attack. Lu Tong bit the tip of his tongue to remain sober as he felt fear and hatred overwhelm his senses. He analyzed the situation, thinking of countermeasures. Keep calm and always be on guard. If your past self can block the attack, you can survive. Although this was the truth, how would the past self know when someone would attack it? Moreover, which past self? 1 minute ago? 5 minutes ago? Or maybe even years from the past? Please visit Panda, N0v1. Co. Use your Grand Dao source to disturb the space-time around you, added Lai Tong. Really a decent talent, thought Wang Wei. Although this tactic would not work on him because of his high mastery of time law, it might work on some other Dao Lord or someone with an innate time treasure like Huang Yuan. After all, there is a reason why some Dao are considered outlaws and others are not. Wang Wei took out his proving Dao artifact, which turned into a large sword. The Dharma body held it, and his Daer heart changed to that of a supreme swordsman dedicated to the sword. Fate slashing, Monkey looked horrified as he saw his life flash before his eyes. Luckily, he had millions of years of experience, so he used his Saber Grand Dao source to use a defensive technique. Ding Hua acted even faster than him as she flew and arrived next to him in an instant. She had never flown with such speed in her life. She held him by the back of his neck and evaded the slash. No living thing can escape its fate, said the Dharma body, and it was right. The attack was not directed at Monkey but at his fate line. As such, a gray line suddenly appeared, connected to him. The slash cut off the line, and Monkey closed his eyes. "He's dead?" asked Dinghua, confused as she used different means to check the latter's body. Lu Tong trembled as he did not know how to answer her. "We're done." That's the only thing on his mind. He should have guessed this outcome when the battle began. The opponent messed up their minds through his words. With such a state, they could not respond normally or use the thousands of tactics and formations they've practiced during their careers. Then he used the overwhelming superiority of his Dao to bully them. Wang Wei ignored them as he waved his hand to read Monkey's disappearing fate line. "So, that's how it is," he muttered as he finally understood why these people could interfere in another world's heaven will battle and not pay the consequences. Their hirer gave him some weird talisman that can hide from heavenly Dao. But how is that possible? I can understand hiding from heavenly Dao, but true heavenly Dao? What's going on? His eyes landed on Dinghua, making her tremble. "Hoya!" screamed Tai Zong. His entire body turned red as if he was a furnace. He rushed toward Wang Wei and slammed his halberd. Bang! Wang Wei crashed into the ground. If he did not control the force of his landing, the entire continent would have been destroyed. What a powerful force, he thought. He only had a scratch on his arm that instantly healed. Burning your Dao? He could tell the Baldy was burning his Dao to increase his strength. This method will result in severe injuries that could prevent him from using his Grand Dao source for millions of years. Or worse, it could affect his origin and make his cultivation realm fall. By then, he would barely have the strength of one leaf. Wang Wei flew into the sky and directly confronted Tai Zong with his fleshly body to temper himself. He did not bully the latter with his fate Dao but relied on his fleshly body and zodiac technique to battle. As such, he was on the losing sign for most of the fight, leading to injuries all over his body. "Ha!" laughed Wang Wei out loud. "I have not fought such a satisfying fight in a while. It's a shame." "What is?" asked Tai Zong with a hoarse voice and deep fear hidden in his eyes. He watched as his opponent restricted himself and used this battle as a tempering method. In this short confrontation, he witnessed the latter's defense and strength drastically increase. 71 Primordial Dragon Force, an increase of 1. In this short battle, with the constant injury and healing, his body was sublimated by 1 Primordial Dragon Force. Although it appeared to be a meager increase, he would accept any improvement in his true power Dao. "It's coming," replied Wang Wei, not caring about the terrible state of his clothes. "What is?" "True heavenly Dao." The face of the three suddenly changed, but there was nothing they could do. An enormous eye suddenly appeared from the sky, looking at them. Everything around seemed to stop due to the presence of the eye. Is this true heavenly Dao? Although not as magnificent as Grand Dao, it's still scary. Wang Wei can act arrogant before his world's heavenly Dao. But he did not dare in front of this one or Grand Dao. True heavenly Dao looked at the three before 3 black lightning fell from the sky and annihilated them before they could even react. Then, it disappeared as if it was never here. So, their method could delay its arrival, not completely hide from it, thought Wang Wei. I'm glad true heavenly Dao is still active despite the blockade. This information was very useful to him as he knows there is still some order in the lower dimension. End of volume. Next volume, Fate Dominating Emperor. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 701. Wang Wei was in a trance-like state as he remembered the black lightning that destroyed these 3 mercenaries. He reviewed the process over and over in his mind, entering a state of enlightenment. After what felt like an eternity, he muttered, "That's how it is." He saw the path of heavenly Dao control and even the levels after that. Unfortunately, I need to become an emperor to reach such a level. Even if he broke the 9 extremity limit and achieved 3rd-class strength, he could not reach the level of control because of the lack of Grand Dao source. However, The moment he entered that realm, he no longer had to spend time creating it. Is this the reward for being an era son? Wang Wei felt it was too easy to directly see how innately capable Heavenly Tao was at controlling laws. It should not be this easy, even with his monster-level comprehension. As such, he guessed this was a gift from true Heavenly Tao. I really am a protagonist, he said with a wry smile. He shook his head to look in the distance. He saw Wrath and some other devil watching the battle and the subsequent aftermaths. He did not contact them, he only activated the formation on his clothes to grow back to their original shape. Then, he teleported to the 9 Devil God world, leaving this continent. Thank heavens that nothing happened to you, said Li Jun. What can happen to him? Another death or near-death experience. Wang Wei's lips twitched. He did not have a counter, so he changed the subject. Did you report to the sect? Pindan I did, but they haven't arrived yet. They should be here but decided not to show up publicly. As soon as he said these words, Sword One appeared behind him as if she was always there. How long have you been here? Long enough to know, she replied with the stoic mask. Let's return home. No problem, replied Wang Wei before remembering something. Was there a vision showing a heaven-chosen fallen? No. Even before the changes to the Devil Continent? He asked, thinking about all the geniuses who died after the foreign invasion. There was no vision. So, someone did kill Fong Lijuan, commented Li Jun, the little girl from the Divine Tao League. What happened to her? The group explained the situation to Sword One, and she replied, Do you want to use such an excuse to plunder the Divine Tao League? Forget it, they are poor enough that it's not worth it, Wang Wei shook his head. Currently, he wanted nothing but peace and tranquility until the final battle. Plus, I'm sure many people are already on edge with your eternal strength. So, let's not rock the boat. How do you know about my strength? She asked, amused. Well, you've disappeared and you're now back. It's not hard to guess, replied Wang Wei. Plus, your aura is different, more ethereal and confident. Good observation as always, she said. All right, let's hurry home. There are things for you to discuss and decide as the sect master. Sword One took one step, and the entire group appeared before the entrance portal connected to the lifeless domain. Even with her ability, she cannot directly teleport to the Myriad Emperor world because of Wu Hong's seal. After passing through the gate, she took one more step, and space bent to her will. In an instant, the group arrived outside the Dao opening sect before flying in. Sword One sent the others to the Li Clan Mountain before taking Wang Wei directly into a secret realm to meet with Origin One. Then, the two told him about the recent attack on the world and their discovery of the Spirit Genesis sect. What do you think? Asked Origin One in his usual calm tone. Are there any restrictions on using planar warfare to intervene in another world's heaven will battle? You mean an invasion similar to what the devil race did? Yes. There are. Heavenly Tao does not care about other forms of invasions. But when it is close to the heaven will battle, the invaders have to announce their invasion and give the invaded time to prepare. However, all war must stop 500 years before the final battle. Well, war is a great way to temper genius, so it makes sense, commented Wang Wei. Was it like that during the Devil era? In the early stage. However, by the middle and end, the devil could break all the rules, and true Heavenly Tao did nothing. Wang Wei nodded, knowing it was probably the devil primogenitor's doing. So, he focused on this Spirit Genesis sect and said, we can guess Emperor Jia's paradox can shield his sect's action from true Heavenly Tao. That's the only explanation that makes sense. What's your plan to deal with them? Asked Sword One. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Right now? Nothing. I only want peace. However, I will send my Fate Shadow Guard into their heaven will community's lower realm to gather information. What about the future? The title of strongest sect is a double-edged sword. Yes, it will garner people's envy. But the luck gathered is enough to ensure the sect's prosperity and longevity. So, it must be ours, Wang Wei replied calmly. Plus, if there is a way to really hide from true Heavenly Tao, I am very interested. I'm always reassured with how you do things, nodded Origin 1. He did not care about the title of strongest sect. He cared about the sect surviving countless eras and passing on its legacy. And since the title can guarantee this, he will also work to acquire it. The final battle is approaching, said Sword 1. Do whatever requires to prepare, use all resources if necessary. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, added Origin 1. He's right. With your talent, as long as you survive, you can prove the Tao in the next generation. So, makes plans to ensure your survival. I will. Wang Wei briefly chatted with the two before leaving the secret room. While floating in the air, he stretched his body. Who should I go see first? My parents or beloved wife? A struggle appeared on his face for a moment. Why do I need to choose? I'm basically a god, he muttered with a sneer before instantly creating a clone. One flew to see his mother, while the other went to see his wife. Mom, I'm back, he yelled after landing on the Wang clan mountain. What a miracle! You actually came to see me first, said Yu Yan. Don't be jealous of your daughter-in-law, he responded as he hugged her. Where is Dad? Is he still in the state of enlightenment? No, he finished not long after you left. The result? He's going to temper his body, she replied with a smile. That's good. Which method is he using? Or did the ancestor leave with a method? No, she suggested he create his own art. That's a good idea since it would be perfectly suited for his sword path, he commented. What about you? How is your cultivation? She raised her hand, and a mass of darkness appeared. She slowly clawed Wang Wei, and he raised his hand to block her attack. For Leaf, you've succeeded with the 8 heterogeneity foundation. Why do you sound surprised? Wang Wei smiled in embarrassment. He always knew his mother was extremely intelligent, probably capable of passing the Tao Overlord trial if she could detect some clues beforehand. However, regarding her cultivation talent, he always evaluated her as slightly worse than Li Jun before the Chaos Chi baptism. However, it seems he was wrong. Anyway, how are your preparations for the plan? He asked, changing the subject. Yu Yan gave him a look before answering. I can now be considered a sage-level scholar. So, there should be no problem. Wang Wei hesitated for a moment before telling her about his apprehension or worry regarding using a side door method of proving the Tao. It's fine to only become a pseudo-eternal, she replied calmly. Didn't you say the Dusk Emperor became a boundless paragon without becoming an eternal? Find how she did it, and I will attempt it in the future. That's a good idea, said Wang Wei. He wanted his family to become eternals not because of strength but mainly for their survivability. He wanted them to have extra layers of protection in this cruel world, especially since he seemed to attract trouble left and right. The final battle is approaching. Are you mentally prepared? I am. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, said Yu Yan with a worried look. One of the things she always felt she failed as a mother was the pressure she placed on her son ever since he was young. Unfortunately, as the Wang clan heir and the only hope of the Tao opening sect for a long time, this was unavoidable. Make sure you have ways to survive. Surviving means you have hope. I will. You have always been reliable, she said as she caressed his face. Maybe a little too reliable. Wang Wei only smiled. Your grandfather sent a message his seclusion will end soon. He can impart some wisdom about his experience. That's more good news. Fate transcending mountain, wife, I'm back. Did you miss me? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 702, Good. You're not dead. Why does everyone keep saying that? Said Wang Wei. Even his mother stated he was glad he was not dead during their brief conversation. Well, every time you leave the sect, you either end up exiled, missing limbs, or dead, Wu Hong casually replied. It's beginning to become a pattern. Aren't I fine now? He replied as he embraced her. Are you happy that you did the bare minimum of surviving? No, I'm showing you I've grown and can barely protect myself. At least you know your limitations, added Wu Hong. So, what happened? Wang Wei explained to her in detail what happened during the cleanup. By the way, do you know the devil primogenitor? Never met him, but you can say we have a special fate. After hearing what happened, new memories appeared in her mind. In the other timeline, the primogenitor was not defeated by an alliance of all the influential factions of the upper dimension. After that battle, he escaped with severe injuries. After her ascension, he blamed her for her failure and created a lot of trouble for her. Luckily, people like Mithriya and the Sword Empress protected her. And when she reached the peak of a boundless paragon, she slaughtered the injured devil primogenitor. That fight was one of the most difficult of her life, not because of the opponent's strength, but because of a magical artifact he had it in his hands. In this timeline, future her not only wanted to remove the entanglement between Wang Wei and Su Junyao or make his path smoother, she also wanted to fix one of her biggest regrets. Meng Shui thought Susher. While the devil race forces hunted her in the upper dimension, she met a young girl who ran away because her family wanted to sell her to a rich young master in the city. You said your name is Meng Shui? Yes. What a beautiful name. Thank you. You said your village sold you? Yes. They keep saying it's the blessing of my ancestors to be desired by the young Master Lin. Damn then. I've seen the fate of the women favored by that stupid young master, said Meng Shui with her young voice. You remind me of a young me. Really? Does that mean I can one day be as powerful and beautiful as you? Probably not, since between heaven and earth, I'm unique. But you can try. Wu Hong's eyes moistened a little as the memories flooded in. Master, can I be your apprentice? No. Why not? I will only bring you trouble. I should never have stayed here for so long. Master, when are you going to teach me cultivation? I'm not your master. No, master. So when? Master, I've succeeded in practicing the sealing technique. Indeed. Congratulations, said Wu Hong with a smile. She had not smiled in a long time, but recently she found herself doing it more and more often. Unfortunately, it took me so long. The sealing Dao does not suit you. Even the origin path system is not perfectly suited for you. But Master, I want to be like you. You should walk your own path. If you focus too much on being like me, you'll only become a copy and have no chance of ever surpassing me. I understand. We will go to the Heavenly Temple of Record to find the cultivation system perfectly suited for you. We need to be quick and discreet and not be discovered. It seems you're talented with the spear. I, your great master, will get you the best spear Dao Emperor scripture and refine the best spear for you. Master, I'm sorry I disappointed you. You don't need to feel sorry. Comprehending a silver of existence and walking the path of 9 extremity is not something anyone can achieve. But you did it. I didn't. I used an alternative method. Wu Hong's eyes became bright. A method that could work for you. Wait for me, and make sure to hide and not leave the cave. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Ko, my year later. Tindenzervunci. This is for you. Master, what is it? There is this genius in the devil race territory with a 2-root 9 extremity foundation. I took his Dao foundation and power. I will help you observe. Huh, why are you crying? Master, thank you, said Meng Shui, who could see the slight pale complexion of her master. Although she tried to hide it, she could tell. Silly little girl, I am your master, am I not? Master, my heaven will battle is coming. Any advice? Always be calm to respond to any situation. Be ruthless and use everything you've learned during your cultivation journey. Meng Shui nodded like a little girl listening to her mother nagging. Although she had lived for a long time, she would always be the little girl running away from him in front of her master. Then, she hesitated to say something. What is it? You know you can always talk to me, said Wu Hong. Master, couldn't you just get a heaven will for me? With your strength, you could get your hands on one by negotiating with one of the clans or sections. If not, Take it from the Devil Race territory. Why do we have to go to the Emperor Path Arena? The Emperor Path Arena is mainly used by loose cultivators or people with no background to compete for a chance to prove the Tao, similar to the mortals from the lower dimension. Every 50 million years, 12,000 heaven wills appear in different territories and are usually snatched by powerful factions or cultivators. However, there are 100 Emperor Path arenas where people can compete. With her master's ability, getting her hands on one of them is not a problem. You have the wrong misconception, explained Wu Hong patiently. The geniuses from these factions will never directly use a heaven will to prove the Tao. They will gather on Arena 12 and battle out to the death. Can you guess why? To create more powerful emperors. Exactly. The winner will prove he is the absolute best in his generation, sublimating his state of mind before absorbing the heaven will. The defeated will have their Tao path cut off forever, and the survivors are also brilliant heaven chosens. They can return to their faction and absorb the heaven will. I understand, replied Meng Xiaohui with determination in her eyes. You don't have to fight in Arena 12, but you will fight in the second strongest, Arena 6. Be prepared. Master, I'm now an emperor. I have escaped the shackle of death with a lifespan above heaven and earth. Why are you screaming? You're now a dignified great emperor, act like it. Meng Zuhui stuck her tongue out, acting all cute. Wu Hong shook her head. We need to run before the devil race finds us. Wu Hong had tears in her eyes, staring into the distance. Are you all right? Hurriedly asked Wang Wei, extremely worried. The only time he saw his wife cry was during their wedding, which was out of happiness. However, he never saw her so sad during their entire time together. Wu Hong did not answer her as she was lost in her memories. She was bleeding on the floor with a spear stabbed in her chest. She slowly removed it from her body while thinking about how she had suffered numerous injuries in her life, was once brutally tortured before escaping, and survived 3 simultaneous tests of the flesh tribulation. However, nothing could compare to the pain of that spear. Wu Hong looked at her disciple not far away. Why? No response. All she saw was a cold and indifferent stare, devoid of any emotions or remorse. No, she would not do that, groaned Wu Hong, trying hard to fight her fading consciousness. Unless, Yuan, you bastard, come out. The space broke, and the devil primogenitor appeared, but he frowned. Dao heart is still intact? Is this your doing? You controlled her? Control? You underestimate me, he said with a sneer. I created her in the first place. I went to extreme lengths to hide the secrets of heaven and borrow the power of fate to make it seem as if your meeting was normal and nothing out of the ordinary. As a paragon, even an injured one, it was a great shame he had to go to such lengths to kill a little emperor, even an extremely talented one. However, he knew his destiny was intertwined with hers, and she was blessed by luck. Adding her intelligence and cunningness, he had no choice but to be extra prudent. You! Wu Hong's anger made her spew even more blood. She gazed at her disciple and watched as she slowly dissipated between heaven and earth, forever erased from this world. Enough wasting time. Die. Unfortunately, before he could succeed, an enormous golden palm followed by a brilliant sword slash came from the distance heading toward him with unimaginable power. Damn it, it's those two again. I did everything correctly, so how did they discover me? Can't I escape my fate? Before disappearing, he looked at Wu Hong with hatred, despair, and unwillingness. Little Wu Hong, the world is a sea of bitterness, full of sorrow, pain, and suffering. But don't let it close your heart, said a young but ordinary female monk before leaving the room, giving her space to process this experience. Wu Hong wiped the tears from her eyes. Are you all right? Wang Wei asked again. I just remembered something painful. Do you want to talk about it? Another time, she replied, going deeper into his embrace. She looked in the distance in a daze. Luckily, you don't have to experience that pain. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 703, Eternal Ascension World. There is a humongous continent hundreds of times larger than the entire lower dimension in the east. It is known as Origin Seal Continent. Numerous lives survived and thrived on that continent. From mortals to demons to emperors, there are too many different races. The Origin Seal Continent is famous throughout the Eternal Ascension world because it is one of the few places not controlled by the 2 suns and 7 moons where Tier 12 powerhouses exist, albeit only from the Tao and Immortal path. And that is because the ruler of the continent, Empress Wu, sheltered all sentient beings. In a special place in the Origin Seal Continent, Wu Hong looked at a beautiful woman with a pale complexion but extremely sharp eyes. "How are you doing?" "I'll survive," said the Sword Empress, exhaling deeply. "You should have come to me sooner. My hiding place was perfect." "I didn't expect that bastard to find me," said the Sword Empress with gritted teeth. Thinking about how she had to run away from that bastard, a terrifying killing emanated from her body. It was so intense that the surrounding time and space froze. "I want to kill him." "Calm down and don't do anything rash," persuaded Wu Hong. She knew if her friend used some extreme means, she might be able to kill Time Eater. However, the result would be her death and entering limbo. And even then, reviving would become 100 times more difficult. "Something is wrong with him," said Sword Empress. Back then, although he was annoying, his personality was not that of a coward. "Indeed, he should have participated in the ultimate taboo," nodded Wu Hong. "From what they know about Time Eater, he would have taken the risk to participate. Even though his cultivation did not reach the peak, it was closed enough for him to gamble. Instead, he secretly plotted against the world and established the current situation. Didn't he likes to travel through the infinite trichiliocosm? Maybe he found something in another timeline?" "That's the most likely scenario," nodded Sword Empress. "How are your injuries, Pa, ND? No V1, I've solved the other issues, but the root of the problem still requires some time. How about you?" "My situation is worse," she shook her head. She cannot rely on the Tao opening sect's luck to accelerate the progress, nor use a similar method as Wu Hong and gather incense from all sentient beings because of Time Eater. Furthermore, she has to gather resources for the other 8 to prepare for their resurrection. So, her situation was not the best. However, recently, the luck of the sect in the lower dimension drastically increased, so her situation was much better. What is the situation with Methreya? Her old friend had been acting shady in the past few years. However, Sword Empress did not entirely blame her since she protected all the people in Limbo from supreme unity. "Probably some restrictions with the method she received," said Wu Hong with a hint of annoyance. "Luckily, her recent situation has improved. At least we know she was not completely gone," she replied with a deep sigh. "It's a shame that we can only wait, given the current situation. The 8 parasites entirely control the world's resources, luck, and destiny. And with supreme unity strength, the situation worsened for people from the old era. They could not even escape the Eternal Ascension world to recuperate somewhere else. You can rest here to recuperate," said Wu Hong. "He won't dare come here to search for you." After chatting with her friend for a while, she left the secret realm, back to her territory. Wu Hong floated above the sky, overlooking this continent. Compared to anywhere else in the Eternal Ascension world, this place was beautiful, prospering, and full of life. But she did not like it. The 9 parasites made rules not allowing any Tier 12 of the Emperor path to appear. She did not care about these cockroaches but could not do anything about supreme unity. Back then, the latter was probably not her match. But now, Wu Hong knew he could destroy her with one finger. She felt a little frustrated. Detachment, she thought before teleporting away. She had not walked around the Eternal Ascension world in quite some time, so she decided to change that. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Wu Hong walked around mountains, rivers, forests, great cities, and powerful empires. She experienced different civilizations. One day, while walking near a river called Red String River, There are folk tales in the surrounding domains that this river is a place that can bring fated people together. Wu Hong walked to the river, removed her shoes, and walked on the river's edge. Recently, she had the urge to walk barefoot, like in her younger years. She was baffled by this sudden urge since she thought she had outgrown that phase of her life. Regardless, her sudden desire was not that significant. After walking around for a few minutes, she left the river and placed her shoes back on. Of course, they instantly dried the moment she left the water. Wu Hong walked away, and no one detected her presence, not a single person of the thousands of people bathing in that river, hoping to find love. After walking for a few minutes, she stopped with an unpleasant look, maybe even disgusted. "What do you want?" she asked to the sky, and 3 people suddenly appeared a distance from her: Time Eater, 5-Feather Phoenix, and Earth Emperor. "Empress, the world needs your help," said Earth Emperor, with a soft voice. However, Wu Hong looked at him with deadpan eyes and no reaction. She did not say a single word to continue the conversation. "This is an emergency, and we need your help." Wu Hong gazed at him for a moment and ignored him. She already predicted he was a pawn in the chess game the human emperor has been calculating for who knows how long. So, this man would not have a good ending. She looked at Time Eater and said coldly, "Why are you disturbing me? I thought you people agreed to leave me alone." The situation has changed. The all-seeing temple released a new divination that caused turmoil throughout primordial chaos. Countless people have been attacking our world and testing our foundation. So, what does it have to do with me? As long as you agree to sign a peace treaty with us, we will use all the world's resources to heal your injury. With your strength, you can scare most of these people and buy us more time and peace, added Time Eater. Not interesting. Now, get out of my way. Your presence ruined the good day I was having, said Wu Hong nonchalantly. Woman, be grateful and watch your tongue, said 5-Feathers with a sneer. No matter how brilliant you once were, you are currently just a little Empyrean. Wu Hong looked at 5-Feathers, and her heart involuntarily skipped a beat. For a brief moment, she experienced an emotion she had not felt in a very long time: fear. Wu Hong looked into the void before looking at Time Eater. You should know, even if all 8 of you attacked me, I can still slaughter half of you in my current state before dying. And I promise you will be one of the 4. Do you want to try? Time Eater's eyes secretly twitched as he knew she was telling the truth. The woman before him was not only a boundless paragon but an inextinguishable one as well. Even though her existence was severely injured, thus drastically reducing her strength, her fleshly body still retains the defensive capabilities and stamina of an inextinguishable paragon. And if by chance she possessed some extreme method to briefly return to her peak strength, then none of them would survive in her hands, including him. My plan is closed to finish. And once I'm done, I can become a peak boundless paragon and maybe even touch the realm beyond. He is currently a regular paragon with 97% time Grandao source. But once he accomplished his plan, he would reach a height he could only dream of in the past. I need more time. Time Eater knew that not only was time not in his favor, but even fate was against him. The 2 suns and 7 moon era showed signs of collapsing. He secretly looked at 5-Feathers and Earth Emperor and could see a faint sign of chi of calamity. And it was the horrifying kind not easily detected or removed by even boundless paragons. Can't you be a little bit more flexible? The world is at stake. You people made this world in this state, so deal with the consequences of your action, replied Wu Hong before teleporting away, ignoring these people. As she continued her journey, her eyes saw the river of fate. Their era is ending, and the people in limbo will soon return. Maybe they can delay the process, but the end is inevitable. However, this is not what is most important, thought Wu Hong. I can feel it. Another chance for detachment is coming. Her eyes brightened. This chance might be better and safer than the ultimate taboo. I need to prepare. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Disappearance. Wang Wei opened his eyes, looking at his wife snuggling in his arm. Last night, she was vulnerable, so they held each other tightly while sleeping. Although they did not speak, it was enough to have each other's comfort and warmth. "How are you feeling?" "Much better," replied Wu Hong with a smile, making Wang Wei dazed. Her pure white sleeping gown and brilliant smile granted her a more pure, ethereal, and soft aura he had never experienced before. And it was enchanting. "You're beautiful," he said, kissing her forehead. "Aren't I always beautiful?" "Yes, but today you're radiant." "Thank you, and you're not so bad yourself," replied Wu Hong, lightly tapping his face. "Not bad? You should know anywhere I go, I can eat soft rice with this face." And eating soft rice is a Chinese saying when a man uses his handsomeness to rely on his wife for financial stability or other forms of power or authority. "And I can easily get a sugar daddy with a snap of my finger." "What are you getting at?" she replied, making Wang Wei's mouth twitch. "Fine, you win." "That's right. You're my boy toy, don't forget your status." "Yes, my queen." "You catch on very quick." "Very well," said Wu Hong. "I will give you a present." "Really?" Wu Hong nodded before a white worm-like creature with gray stripes appeared in her palm. "What is it?" asked Wang Wei after rapidly checking his memory and not finding the relevant information. "A fate goo from the goo worm world," said Wu Hong. "I sent a clone to use their system to cultivate it using the river of fate." Wang Wei took it as he sensed the power of fate emanating from this tiny creature, and he was astonished by how much power it contained. "I prepared this for you during Gu Xian's trial in case you hit the 4 root level and could not achieve 5 root. A way to achieve fate baptism through the fate Gu. But now, it's not that useful." "Not necessarily." Wang Wei could tell after refining this Gu, and with his fate palace baptism, his strength will increase from a Dao ancestor who controlled 4.99% to 4.999%, maybe even more. The 0.009% might not make a difference to the 5% of the Great Emperor realm. But when encountering someone else with 5 root strength, the difference will be between heaven and earth. "Thank you," he said, kissing her on the cheek. "This small Gu is a perfect manifestation of his powerful luck and destiny." If he did not have the idea of using the Fate Palace to complete the 9 Extremity Foundation, the Fate Gu would become the perfect boost he needed to succeed. "We are husband and wife. There is no need for words of gratitude." "Sometimes I feel I don't deserve you," said Wang Wei with a sigh. "I sometimes feel the same way about you," she replied. "Let's not get too sappy and emotional. I have a feeling you wanted to ask me something yesterday." "Oh right. It almost slipped my mind. Do you know an Emperor Jia? P&D of 1. Co 2. "Emperor Jia from the Spirit Genesis sect," replied Wang Wei before explaining everything that occurred yesterday in the trial, including the Spirit Genesis sect from the Battle Spirit sect. Wu Hong frowned after hearing him. "I understand how he could influence the record of every heavenly Dao in the lower dimension. But to even affect true heavenly Dao? That should not be possible, even on the tiniest scale." "Really? Most heaven world's heavenly Dao is on par with 3rd or 2nd-class emperors. However, true heavenly Dao's power equals half-step detachment. So, how could it easily be influenced?" Wu Hong knew paragons ruled the world and did as they pleased, but only because true heavenly Dao was cruel and indifferent. It does not care whether paragons slaughter all life in the world or rule over them with an iron fist. Besides reinforcing specific rules, everything else did not matter. After all, none of them were capable of destroying the entire eternal ascension world. It did not even care about the current situation of 7 moons and 2 suns. The only reason it helped Wang Wei by sealing the lower dimension is due to supreme unity. Wang Wei's actions could lead to the latter's downfall, allowing Heavenly Dao to regain its freedom and power so it can continue doing its job. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Co. If Wang Wei were in danger of dying, it would not save him. It would try to find another person to replace him. If you told me a paragon did this, I would still be suspicious, let alone a great emperor, said Wu Hong. So, you don't know this Emperor Jia? asked Wang Wei with a frown. No. I've met the boundless paragon from the Spirit Genesis sect. He had top strength, albeit not peak like myself and some of your ancestors. As for this Emperor Jia, never heard of him. There are a few possibilities for this, Wang Wei thought out loud. Emperor Jia immediately entered primordial chaos after ascending. If you consider the possibility he is a reincarnated paragon like the human emperor, this choice made sense. The other is he is staying in the lower dimension, plotting something, added Wu Hong. And whatever it is, it should be major. There are many other possible explanations for the latter's disappearance, such as mysteriously dying and entering limbo or accident being sealed in a dangerous place in the lower or upper dimension. However, these two possibilities are the most likely they can deduce based on the given information. According to the Star-Lord Mountain information, Emperor Jia proved the Tao roughly during the incense era, so before your time, continued Wang Wei. This means he should have become a paragon by the time of the second origin battle or the ultimate battle. Yet you don't know him. Either he hid and did not participate, or he did it secretly, added Wu Hong. Either option indicates he is suspicious. Indeed. And if he's been hiding in the endless void for so long, I don't know how much strength he has. With the time constraint, his Grand Tao source percentage should not be high. Regarding cultivation time in the immortal stages, the incense era was not that long ago. However, you could never view such a genius with a normal lens. So, you can't underestimate him. Wang Wei nodded. If he is still in the lower dimension, he and the Spirit Genesis sect might be a threat on par with the corpse-selling sect, maybe even worse. After all, he might be dealing with a reincarnated paragon. Well, good luck, said Wu Hong with a sinister smile that displayed she was enjoying his misfortune. Are you making fun of me? Today, I will show you who is the man in this relationship. He put the fate goo away before going in for a yin-yang harmony battle. He was confident. Wang Wei walked out of his mansion, hunching over and one hand on his waist. He ignored the weird look the maids gave him as he slowly walked out. That woman broke my waist. All his life, he has always been proud of his fleshly body. After all, except one person, no one in his generation could compare with him. But even that person he would one day surpass. However, today, his wife broke his pride by breaking his waist. His mighty fleshly body succumbed to the terror of that woman. How vindictive, he complained as he felt the Duyi realm inside his waist that was preventing him from healing. No matter what he tried, he could not remove it. That's what I get for being too cocky. Wang Wei grunted before exploding his body and instantly recondensing it. There was no hesitation in his action. Much better, he muttered as he straightened his waist. He moved around as he felt his body was lighter. However, he swore he could still feel the pain. Psychological trauma? He was speechless. After walking out of the mansion, Wu Hong was already waiting for him. How are you feeling? I am not talking to you, said Wang Wei. For the next year, I will give you the silence treatment. It's not my fault you wanted to court death, she shrugged. You know how fragile my ego is. You could have gone easier on me. Anyway, I'm not talking to you. We are about to go see mother-in-law, she reminded. Fine, I won't talk to you after we meet her. Wu Hong laughed as they flew to meet Yu Yen. She did not believe he could last this long. Wang Wei felt taunted, so he reaffirmed his result. No matter what, he would last a year. No, at least 6 months. Maybe 3. 3 months it is, he thought. He had breakfast with his mother and chatted until the afternoon before heading to Tianwei Peak to deal with sect master affairs. As soon as he arrived, the elders handed him a bunch of documents and talismans to review and make decisions. He looked into their eyes and could tell they would not let him leave until he dealt with all these issues. The Great Purge. Wang Wei resisted the urge to yell and ask whether these elders were revolting against the sect. How dare they treat the sect master in this way? However, he remembered how irresponsible he was about this position, so he shut his mouth. To be fair, it's not my fault. He has to cultivate and prepare for the heavenward battle. So, he could not be like his father and spend more time reviewing the sect affairs. Anyways, everything was fine as long as he steered everyone in the right direction and took care of the major decisions. Wang Wei sighed out loud before reviewing all this paperwork. He suddenly remembered his past life as a young deputy manager. He spent almost every day buried in the smell of paper and ink. Luckily, I'm now a cultivator. He used his divine sense to review everything rapidly. He wanted to finish everything as soon as possible. The first issue is the demon race in the north, thought Wang Wei. The alliance proceeded smoothly. The sect helped revitalize the north by sharing qi gathering array with them and fixing the origin source veins underneath the continent. In less than 1,000,000 years, the spiritual qi of the north should return to a standard level and drastically increase their resources. Although it will still be the lowest of the 5 continents, it will be better than the sea islands between the continents where low-level loose cultivators thrived. It will no longer be as barren as it was in the past. The sect helped the demons plant more spiritual herbs and prevented other factions from ravaging these newly planted medicinal gardens. Lastly, the Dao opening sect shared allowed the demon race to enter the professional industry through their channels, albeit only the low-level markets. Wang Wei suggested the sect achieve this step through low-level demonic beasts. After creating the concept of demon school, the number of low-level demonic beasts exponentially increased, resulting in a booming in the low-level market of professions. Low-tier talisman makers need to use papers to make talismans instead of spiritual jade. However, uniquely processed papers must be used, and they can be expensive. Luckily, there is an alternative and cheaper option: the skin of demonic beasts. Since demonic beasts absorb spiritual qi into their bodies, some of it remains after their death, making them perfect for talisman making. And it's not just their skin. Their blood is also great to use to create special ink engrave runes on talismans. Demonic beasts' bones and muscles are excellent materials for making low-tier origin artifacts. Before Tier 4 and becoming true demon races, they have bloodline cores inside their bodies that are great ingredients for pills, along with their blood, bones, and flesh. Lastly, their bloodline core, bones, and organs are also material for low-level array discs, which are portable arrays used by array masters in the early stages of their cultivation to have some fighting powers. Not to mention beast taming. Because of the early widespread use of constructs for traveling, the beast taming industry took a significant hit since people no longer needed demonic beasts to travel. Many factions whose primary source of income came from this industry suffered. However, with the new demands for low-level demonic beasts, they began to thrive again. With all these benefits, the profession industries have boomed, and the Dao opening sect benefited immensely since they were the creator of the demon school concept. And now, they invited the demon race to take part. At first, they hesitated since the demon race might be repulsed at the idea of using demonic beasts in such a way. However, they quickly agreed after seeing all the benefits. After all, the demon race did not consider demonic beasts the same race as them. Only after the latter reached Tier 4 and could change into human shape would they be considered a low-bloodline demon race and barely accepted. Before that, they are nothing but animals with little intelligence. Wang Wei reviewed the information on the north. There was nothing much for him to pay attention to besides some other factions secretly trying to prevent the rise of the demon race. Some were even allies. He ordered the sect to keep watch on these people. And if they catch some people, make them pay a heavy fine or suffer the consequence. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction with this issue. Although the sect has invested a lot of resources in the north with little to no return, the future benefits are incalculable. The next major issue was the spread of different branches in the lower realm. There was nothing of significance except for the news they might have found a world with a branch of the Emperor Enlightened Academy. The sect worried they were doing the same as them, spreading their tentacles into the lower realm. Please visit Panda, N0V1. The Academy's Qi luck stabilized and recuperated faster than I anticipated after that incident. This could explain why, thought Wang Wei. The sect was already searching for other worlds where the Academy might exist, so he did not need to do much except increase the manpower required for the search. Someone recommended they destroy that branch, but he vetoed this suggestion. Sooner or later, the other factions will follow the sect's footsteps and spread in the lower realm. They only need to use the head start to establish an overwhelming advantage over everyone else. The third main issue involved the devil cultivators in the Western continent. Low-level devil cultivators have become more potent because of the demonic beast. They can raise these beasts through the school system before slaughtering and absorbing their flesh, blood, and soul. I guess this is better than them killing humans, thought Wang Wei. However, these devil cultivators are a restless bunch. Who knows what they will do after their overall strength increases? Wang Wei frowned. According to historical records, these devil cultivators always become restless around the cleanup because of the devil race. It is an opportunity for them to kill without restraint, morality, or judgment. It's the perfect time to increase their strength. The Great Purge, thought Wang Wei with a frown. When a world is overpopulated, Heavenly Tao will lower Qi of Calamity, driving most of the habitants crazy and causing chaos that leads to mass killing. This process is also called the Great Calamity of Heaven and Earth, and it has happened twice in the Myriad Emperor world, in the Null Era and the Middle Emperor Era. However, the one in the Middle Emperor was different. To be specific, well-controlled and not as random. A secret realm appeared in the Western continent full of blood, flesh, soul, and other resources that can forcibly raise the cultivation realm of cultivators. After the secret realm suddenly appeared, the strength of the devil cultivators drastically increased. But they became a little too powerful as they allied together and forced the D clan to close their family mountain and enter a defensive position. Then, Heavenly Tao intervened. At that time, the world's population reached critical mass and needed cleansing. Heavenly Tao lowered Qi of Calamity, forcing a great purge directed toward the devil cultivators. Numerous sects, clans, religions, and other factions began slaughtering the devil cultivators, turning the Western continent's soil red. The devil cultivators even turned on each other because of competition for the secret realm. Of course, countless sect cultivators died in that melee, thus reducing the population. Could a new purge be on the horizon? I remember the demon race was also severely impacted. The human race was the protagonist of this world, so Heavenly Tao decided to use the purge to eliminate the cancer of the race, devil cultivators, and their greatest enemy, the demon race. The devil cultivators and the demon race are prospering. All these could be a sign of another purge, thought Wang Wei, pondering what to do next if it was true. The core of the issue is the lack of resources. But if I revert the environment to innate period, most of this problem can be solved. However, in the future, another critical mass will lead to another purge. Panda, NOV, E1 The situation is not that easy to solve. The laws of heaven and earth are already balanced. Cultivators absorb spiritual qi to increase their vitality, and when they die, their flesh decomposes and returns some energy back to heaven and earth. Even if he keeps increasing the resources available to the Myriad Emperor world, there will still be a limit. Once that limit is reached and overpopulation occurs, the Great Purge is the only answer. So, there's nothing much Wang Wei can do. No, there is. He thought. The bodies of void-shattering realm cultivators and above do not quickly decay. It's not impossible for a saint's body to last a few million years and remain relatively intact because of the baptism of the law. As a result, many weak factions will turn these bodies into weapons or puppets as the foundation for their sect. I can change the world's order and make these law bodies decompose faster and return their strength to heaven and earth. Wang Wei smiled since this was another way to get some merit. Then he continued with the sect affairs. As for the devil cultivators and possible purge, it should not happen so close to the heavenward battle. So, he only needs to keep an eye out for them and their actions. And if it did, he would try to direct it toward the devil race and the sea race. These people have been too peaceful and never suffered. Their population alone might be the largest, even bigger than humans. Sect affairs. The subsequent sect affairs Wang Wei had to deal with was regarding the sea. The Dao opening sect has begun to openly compete for resources in the sea, along with many other factions who copied them. However, two people were unhappy with this change: the sea race, since they did not want anyone near their territory. Secondly, it's the loose cultivators. Under the sea used to be a place where the major sects and clans did not have much control or reach. It was a place for high-level loose cultivators to compete and gather resources. However, the Dao opening sect's paw now reached the sea, encroaching on their territories. The Loose Cultivator Alliance even sent them a letter condemning their actions and trying to talk them out of doing this. Wang Wei even guessed they were trying to force an alliance with the sea race to block other factions from setting foot under the sea. The sea is a place full of resources. Although most of it is water and yin attributes, it's still a place deserving of attention, thought Wang Wei before ordering the sect to concentrate their efforts on developing the sea. He even set up a team of immortals to travel deep under the sea to see if there were any unknown secrets. I need to know if there are more things related to the old ones underneath the sea. Wang Wei remembered Yi Lianqing since the latter was one of the most bizarre encounters he had in his cultivation journey. I should probably send an insurgent. Maybe even ask Sword One to supervise the situation. But it's too dangerous. She's the sect's foundation, so nothing can happen to her. Although Sword One now has eternal emperor strength, the undersea exploration might involve Cthulhu and the old gods. Although Wang Wei did not know exactly how powerful that creature was, something told him even paragons could not deal with it. Of course, there is also the possibility it is a taboo, not for its strength but for something completely different similar to science and technology. Wang Wei waved his hand, and a few seconds later, a projection appeared before him. He isolated the sound to prevent the elders from listening. I thought you weren't talking to me for a year? I will, but only after this time. I believe you, said Wu Hong casually. What is it this time? I forgot to ask you whether you know about one of the taboos, Cthulhu. The old gods. Yes. Wang Wei explained in detail what happened to him with Yi Lianqing. Yesterday, he focused more on the devil race and the invaders from foreign world communities. You really are a magnet for trouble, commented Wu Hong before frowning. She dug into her memories. She only knew about the old gods because Wang Wei told him about some myths and legends from Earth. As for the taboo, she only had one encounter. I've once met a fiend god with a similar aura as Yi Lianqing, most likely another follower, uttered Wu Hong. I fought with him, but he was unkillable. So I had to seal it. Besides that, I have no other knowledge about this particular taboo. Despite her strength and experience, she did not know about all 13 taboos. After all, the chaos universe is vast beyond comprehension. Although paragons and fiend gods are considered the rulers of heaven and earth, that's only on the surface. There are simply too many mysteries, unknown, and forbidden things in the universe. Wang Wei nodded in agreement. He did not think because he could kill Yi Lianqing meant he could do the same for all followers of the old god. Most likely, the higher their cultivation, the scarier and more dangerous they are. Oh, thank you. And starting now, I will stop speaking to you. Sure you are. Wang Wei ended the communication as he thought about how to deal with this sea exploration. He frowned for a few minutes before suddenly remembering the mercenary squad he had met. I just need to pay some loose cultivator mercenary squad to supervise this meeting. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Although insurgent loose cultivators were rare, they still existed. Some are willing to take any risks after asking for an exorbitant price. Nevertheless, no matter how much they asked for, it was nothing compared to a sect that existed for billions of years and accumulated generational wealth. Panda N0V1. Wang Wei found this solution satisfying, so he signed an order for someone to execute it. Then he continued his review. He took a document discussing the sect's alliance with Origin Pill Dao sect. Long ago, after infiltrating the sect, he told Lu Qing he could ally with the sect. Although it took some time, the alliance became true, but both sides agreed to keep it on the down low. The Dao opening sect did not want other factions to know their political influence had exponentially increased with the alliance. Meanwhile, Sect Master Yi Lao wished to use the sect's power to fight against Fu Kaiyun, and he succeeded as Lu Qing became the next sect master and seemed to have complete control, sidelining Fu Kaiyun. Thought Wang Wei with squinting eyes. This person has always been an unknown variable because of his relationship with the Flame Emperor. So, Wang Wei has his Fate Shadow Guard closely watching him. Nevertheless, since Lu Qing received the Flame Emperor's inheritance, despite having a reputation even better than Fu Kaiyun and Yan Liling due to his sudden talent increase, he rarely showed himself outside of the sect, focusing on pill refining. If not for the few occasions he appeared to fight political battles with Fu Kaiyun in the early stages of his ascension to the position of sect master, Lu Qing's presence in the world would have been even more transparent. I know some of the chess pieces and move of everyone in the game, thought Wang Wei, thinking about the Seven Moons, Mithriya, and many people in Limbo, including the human emperor. However, I'm clueless about the Flame Emperor. Does he want to deal with the Seven Moons, or is he planning something else? So far, he only knows Lu Qing is the Flame Emperor's chess piece, but he does not know what he wants to do. So far, Lu Qing has shown no sign of wanting to participate in the final battle. Does that mean the Flame Emperor does not need a great emperor, or he has an alternative method of proving the Tao? Wang Wei pondered for a few minutes before moving on. If Flame Emperor has another goal, he cannot think of anything now. However, if the latter has an alternate method for proving the Tao, it must be related to pill refining. So, he engraved some of his ideas and guesses before sending them to Wang Ju and the Fate Shadow Guard headquarters. Wang Wei picked another issue to supervise. It was also about another alliance but from the Origin Rune Palace. What is Wu Ming doing? He met Wu Ming during the Spirit Road trial when the latter found the inheritance of his ancestor, a talented array master in the ancient emperor era. However, despite the fact his ancestors had immense hatred for the Origin Rune Palace, Wu Ming joined them and even became their palace master. And now, he was asking for an alliance. I can't believe the weak and thin boy I met before is now the ruler of an ancient emperor lineage. This guy is not simple. Wang Wei applauded him simply because no one in the palace discovered his connection to his ancestor. Of course, there is the possibility Emperor Haiyuan removed all evidence of Wu Ming's ancestor, so the Origin Rune Palace had no hatred for him in the first place. After all, what he did was too shameful. With his status, he would not want anyone to know, especially not his legacy. Although I can roughly guess his intention, let's wait and see. Wang Wei agreed to a primary secret alliance and see how things develop from now on. He also tasked his spies in the Origin Rune Palace to keep their eyes on him and send him more information. Finally, he dealt with the internal affairs of the sect. Most things ran smoothly. After all, an institution like the Tao Opening Sect has been operating for so long that it now formed its own system. As the sect master, his job is to ensure no significant problem occurs in the system. So, everything was fine regarding the sect's resources acquisition and distribution, disciples' recruitment and training, and elders' internal and external duties. The only issue that warranted his attention, no, his gaze, was some people from the sectarian side refused to accept the situation and became restless again after the sect acquired some talented individuals. However, Wang Wei did not have to do anything as the leaders of the sectarian faction themselves swiftly dealt with these restless people. So, everything was peaceful. The Commerce Hub's future. The last thing Wang Wei had to deal with was the Commerce Hub. With the help of the Star Lord Mountain, the Tao Opening Sect has established some foundation in that place, exchanging resources with hundreds of world communities. Since they had just established themselves, their powers and influence were not up to par, but Wang Wei wanted to take it slow. So far, the profit from the Commerce Hub has increased the annual yield sect by 5%. Although this number looked small, it's extraordinary considering the resources the Tao Opening Sect acquires each month. It is similar to a person who makes 10,000 yuan a month, increasing his salary by 5%, and a billionaire doing the same. The amount of money each makes is vastly different. The Commerce Hub has so much potential, thought Wang Wei. When I get my hands on it, I can expand it to all world communities in the lower dimension. And if Heavenly Tao allowed it, I could expand the scope to the upper dimension. Beyond Tier 10 resources are impossible to exchange, but it would greatly benefit the lower dimension if they could trade with the Eternal Ascension world. Not even Tier 10 resources. I'm sure the upper dimension has a larger quantity of mortal resources and more variety. A perfect example would be resources to temper the body. The lower dimension might, let's say, have 1,000,000 unique spiritual herbs. But the upper dimension would have at least 1,000 times that number. With more variety, body refiners do not have to worry about their bodies having immunity to resources, making the body refining path more challenging in the later stages. Some people have unique physiques, and certain medicines work better than others. With access to the upper dimension's resource pool, more people can cultivate by refining the resources suited for them. The benefit will not only apply to body refining but soul, energy, healing, law comprehension, alchemy, and all professions. Although there is a low chance of succeeding, I should try. Of course, Wang Wei has to worry about the 7 sons if his plan even works. Maybe this is not a good idea. Or one I can only accomplish after getting rid of them, he thought with a frown, thinking about the feasibility. Even if he could get true Heavenly Tao's approval, he has to find a way to bypass these parasites. They have absolute control over the upper dimension. The rebels. There should be a rebel group opposing them. Maybe I can trade with them. Wang Wei does not know whether they would be interested in the resources in the lower dimension, but maybe they would be interested in something. Talent. Is it possible to send them talented individuals from the lower dimension? Any faction would kill to have talented individuals as their backbones, not to mention this struggling rebellion with probably a high death rate. The problem is that only great emperors can bring people from the lower dimension through ascension, but he has yet to hear of sending people there. So, he did not know if it was feasible. With my power, maybe I can do it, thought Wang Wei with bright eyes. Most of the people who will lose their heaven will in this ultimate glorious age are extremely talented individuals. If they go to the upper dimension and get their hands on a heaven will, most will become pseudo and real eternal emperors. I'm sure the rebels would love to have such a fighting force behind them. The more Wang Wei thought about this idea, the more he liked it and the more feasible he found it. These talents will be the vanguard until I ascend. They can set up a foundation for me to use to deal with the parasites. I can also cultivate a force in advance. Wang Wei knew he could not rely on the upper dimension Tao opening sect after ascending. Their current situation must be precarious without the founders, and his presence will only bring them more trouble. So, having a force of his own after ascending will significantly benefit him. I'm getting ahead of myself. I don't even know how heaven wills are acquired in the upper dimension. Although he had his guesses, he was not entirely sure. So, he shamelessly called his wife again and asked. Wang Wei has little information about the upper dimension from Gu Xian and Ao Tian's memories. However, they are both incomplete and biased. A lot of it he has to deduce based on specific memories. So, he wanted to know more from his wife. Then, after getting what he wanted and swearing not to talk to her, he continued his planning. 12,000 heaven will. I'm sure the rebels have ways to get some of them. If not, these talented would be fine in the Emperor Path arena. True Heavenly Tao should protect these arenas from the paws of the 7 moons, but Wang Wei was not sure about supreme unity. Hopefully, Mithria would restrain him. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Co. M from Xiao Tiandi and the other geniuses, I can deduce that the Eternal Ascension world's current spirit is laziness, fear, and lack of ambitions. So, the powerful factions would have stopped sending their geniuses to Arena 12. These parasites have done everything to weaken the world and prevent terrifying geniuses from showing up. So, as long as Wang Wei sends these lower dimension geniuses into the Emperor Path arena, they can easily prove the Tao. I don't have to worry about their karma with the karma washing water, he continued to ponder, thanking the heavens for his karma incarnation. No, he thanked himself for being wise, cultivating the Tao of karma, creating the incarnations and giving them missions. No, they will still owe me karma, and I will ensure that, continued Wang Wei. If he has no way to suppress these people, how could they easily work for him? So, they must owe him a tremendous karmic debt. I need to find a way to contact the rebels. From Gu Xian, I know there is a rumor Emperor Kong is secretly funding the rebels. However, the latter is completely fine and has not been cleaned up by the parasites. He's not simple. He pondered the possibility of contacting Emperor Kong through the academy and coming to an agreement or alliance. Then there is the woman, Su Junyao. My instinct tells me she also might be related to the rebels. Although Wang Wei relied on his instinct to conclude this fact, he also has an observation to back it up. Su Junyao is the most beautiful woman in the Eternal Ascension world, yet no paragons have tried to force her into their harem or ruin her beauty. With her everlasting Empyrean strength, she would not be able to stop them. And Wang Wei does not think that not even one of the parasites did not desire her. Subsequently, there is her apprentice, Xiao Tiandi. Anyone who becomes that Gai master should know the danger of such a talented individual. The parasites cannot accept the existence of Xiao Tiandi or anyone related to him. Knowing this, Su Junyao still took him in and probably sheltered him. She's perhaps one of the main reasons he was still alive today. 3 possibilities. Su Junyao is a master political strategist and uses her beauty to lure one of the parasites to shelter her. Maybe even lure more than one of them and form a balance of power where they all desire her, so they decide to leave her alone to prevent infighting. She has a hidden trump card that even they have to be wary of. Or she has a backer, most likely Mithria. P&D and of one. Numerous thoughts flashed in his mind before squinting. Or maybe all 3, thought Wang Wei with a sneer. Worthy of a woman who has a love-fate connection to me. How could she be simple? Of course, he knew there was a chance none of these deductions were true, and she was really just a beautiful woman. However, he leaned more toward the first possibility. Wang Wei sat straight, thinking about the future and planning ahead. The elders were suspicious of why he was thinking about the sect affairs so intensely, but they did not dare bother him. Although he did not release any aura and looked like an ordinary mortal, his body naturally released a momentum that demanded respect and authority. I need to calm down and not get ahead of myself, thought Wang Wei. There has never been a direct connection between the lower and upper dimensions. However, we are currently in an adverse situation. True heavenly Tao wants the world to prosper, most likely as a way to fight against supreme unity. Maybe it will allow it. Wang Wei decided to try this method. If not, he will try secretly smuggling. The Spirit Genesis sect can hide from true heavenly Tao, and this method is possible with their method. I can contact Emperor Kong. And if he does not work, I have 2 candidates, thought Wang Wei. The second one is risky. But if it works? He squinted his eyes before making a final plan. He finally finished his paperwork before looking at the elders. Summon Jin Meng Yao to see me. Jin Meng Yao's path. Wang Wei watched as a young man walked into the sect master hall. The young man looked presentable, at least on the surface. His clothes and hair were perfectly arranged, however, he had bloodshot eyes. A depressing and defeated aura emanated from his body despite trying to hide it. A broken spear, thought Wang Wei as he watched the young man before him. If the previous Jin Meng Yao was a tall and mighty spear that dared to pierce anything between heaven and earth, the current him was a rusted and broken one. His origin essence is constantly fluctuating, showing he lost control. His spiritual power and blood essence from his fleshly body are also constantly leaking. Forget about entering the void-shattering realm, his lifespan will also drastically decline. He frowned since he did not expect this kid's Tao heart to reach such a terrible shape. Wang Wei looked at the elders, and many people lowered their heads. They tried to reduce Jin Mengjio's arrogance but crippled him instead, ruining such a talent for the sect. The sectarian sides were happy to have 2 emperor potential talents like Kai Song and Jin Meng Yao, and asked the other families not to interfere too much in their training. However, they ruined him instead. Wang Wei did not blame them as he understood their approach. They did not want Jin Menjiu's ambitions to prove the Tao in this generation to ruin the good relationship between the two factions. And given how monstrous of a talent Wang Wei was, they knew the latter had no chance. And it did not help Kai Song was very close to his Wang clan because of the Puppet Legion despite being a member of the sectarian faction. Unfortunately, the way they attempted to curb the latter's arrogance was too much and basically destroyed Jin Mengyao instead of helping him. And now I have to clean up their mess, thought Wang Wei, secretly shaking his head. Anyway, this was his job as a sect master. Jin Mengyao has seen the sect master, said the young man before properly bowing. Despite trying to remain calm, Wang Wei could detect the trembling of his body and the desolateness in his voice. Wang Wei nodded to him before asking, "Do you know why I call you here?" Disciple does not know. It's about your heart, devil. Jin Mengyao could not hide the trembling of his body, and he had to clutch his hand tightly to control his emotions. Do you think I call you to gloat or establish my superiority? Jin Mengyao did not answer. A part of him felt this was true, while the other thought the person in front of him was leagues above him and had no need for such petty things. As such, he was conflicted and chose to lower his head and not answer. It's this mindset that got you in the current situation. You are a talented disciple of the sect. So, your success and glory will also be my success and glory. Do you understand? Why, yes. Wang Wei knew these words were insufficient to convince him or deal with his current situation. But he had an idea and decided to test it out first. Watch this, he said, puzzling Jin Mengyao before seeing an image appear before him. It was a great battle of the sect master. Impossible, accidentally yelled Jin Mengyao as he watched this fight. This is not real. He almost screamed these words. It is, calmly said Wang Wei. It appeared right after I entered the primordial spirit realm, your current realm. Jin Mengyao could not believe what he was seeing. The man he thought was a monster beyond human understanding, the man who hunted him in his dream, the man who made him question his talent, worth, and future, he was losing to someone else. More than losing, he was maltreated as this battle was a one-sided beating. No, this can't be real. It is, replied Wang Wei. This is the first defeat of my life and the only one I fully acknowledged. I lost that battle, if it can even be called such. Jin Mengyao watched this fight with his mouth open. The sect master's defeat was more miserable than the one he suffered in the battle pagoda. He knew the sect master became scarier the higher his cultivation and could not compare to the primordial spirit version he fought. Even then, he did not expect the battle to be so one-sided. After that defeat, what do you think I did? Do you think I wallowed in self-pity, swearing at the heavens how unfair the world was? Cursed that I did not have a better talent? Do you think I gave up and accepted my fate? Jin Mengyao lowered his head before muttering, Sect Master, it's not the same. How is it different? I'm sure you spend some time cultivating before defeating your opponent and regaining your lost honor. I have no chance. You're wrong, said Wang Wei. I recently had an encounter with that person, and according to my calculation, I have less than a 30% chance of defeating him. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Jin Mengyao looked at him with eyes that were trying to determine if he was telling the truth. He could not believe it. No, he refuses to accept it. It's true, said Wang Wei, lying more comfortably in his seat and sighing. 30% may not sound much. But back then, I had zero chance of ever winning. That person was an unsurpassable mountain that would suppress all my hope. But I did not crumble. I climbed that mountain, step by step, to reach the current 30%. And by the heaven will battle, I will conquer that mountain. As he said these words, his body released a mighty aura. It did not suppress anyone but displayed his unwavering Tao heart to everyone in the room. Failure is nothing but an opportunity for learning. You should have learned this lesson from the Tao Heart Pagoda. Many thoughts flashed into Jin Mengyao, thinking about everything he had experienced since the beginning of his cultivation journey. After entering the Tao opening sect, he tempered his Tao heart through the pagoda. However, his competitive nature overtook him after seeing he did not beat Wang Wei's records. So, he convinced himself the pagoda had something wrong, and the upper echelons tempered with it to keep Wang Wei's heaven-chosen status. Jing Mengyao then focused on cultivating and using his strength to show them their talents. However, after his overwhelming defeat, he could not convince himself it was rigged, no matter how he tried. Sect Master, I want to ask you something. Please answer truthfully. Go ahead. Can I conquer the mountain you've set on me? Wang Wei paused for a moment. I will be honest. Throughout the endless void, since the creation of the lower dimension, there are probably less than 50 people in the same league as me. Wang Wei thought for a moment before flicking his finger and sending a light into his sea of consciousness. A shocked look appeared in Jin Menjiao's eyes as knowledge about the Nine Extremity Foundation entered his mind. You should understand the difficulty? I do. And this is not the limit of my abilities, as I never stop trying to be better than my predecessors. So, although I won't say it's impossible, it won't be easy. An even greater aura of sadness and depression enveloped Jin Mengyao, worrying some elders. Then, what am I supposed to do? His voice almost cracked as he tried to control his emotions. You have two options: trying to climb the mountain with a steady, dedicated, and firm heart. You need to have the mindset that even if I don't reach the top and conquer it, the journey will sublimate my mind and allow me to achieve great things in my cultivation path. Indeed, thought Jin Mengyao as his eyes brightened a little. What about the second option? Follow your own path. Forget about me, my accomplishment, or how bright my light is. Follow your heart and focus on your journey of reaching the pinnacle of the Tao and beyond. P&D of 1. Follow my own path, muttered. The answer is so simple and obvious. Yet he never thought about it. Maybe some other elders said the same word to him, but he never cared. But coming from the man who drove him to this stage, these words seemed to contain magical power. Yes, why do I need to leave under someone else's shadow? Maybe I am not the brightest star in the sky, but I can also shine, muttered Jin Mengyao. I have my own path. He remembered the first time he picked a spear. Some soldiers came to his village when he was a child to ask people for food for a war with the neighboring country. Nothing terrible happened to the village. But he was suddenly curious and picked one of the soldiers' spears. The moment he touched the spear, he fell in love with it and was naturally gifted. On that day, I swore to reach the pinnacle of the spear. Although I was nothing but a simple mortal villager, I planted a seed of ambitions. And now, I have strayed from that oath, pursuing power and prestige instead. My path is the spear. His aura suddenly changed, becoming straight, sharp, and overbearing, like a spear that dared pierce the heavens. His eyes were no longer listless or dazed but full of confidence and fierceness. Thank you, Sect Master, for your teaching, said Jing Mengyao. No problem. You can use the Samsara Array for your final tempering. The Samsara Ray is the one Wang Wei used to create his everlasting Tao heart, and it has become another foundation for the sect. Jing Mengyao bowed again before leaving. His Tao heart was not completely healed. But after using the array and experiencing different lives as a spear wielder, he would not long heal it but sublimate it. The two projects. One of the hidden dangers of the Tao opening sect's political system is the unbalance of power between the three factions and the sectarian side. And in this generation, the balance will further intensify as each of the three families has a great emperor, but the sectarian side remains the same. With the ancestors' existence, the chances of this contradiction reaching the stage of affecting the sect's foundation is very low, but not impossible. If the sectarian ancestors become fed up with the unbalance of power one day, the situation will be aggravated. Statistically, Wang Wei knew the chances were low. However, he also considered outside interference. He has infiltrated other factions before and taken them down from the inside. He was not so arrogant to believe he was the only one capable of such a feat, especially with the example of D. Tian's sleepers infiltrating the sect. Luckily, fate favored him and brought him two talents, Kai Song and Jin Mengyao. If the sect plays its card well, The following 4 generations of emperors will belong to them, and the sectarian faction will acquire 2, bringing back the balance of the sect. The only trouble was the issue of eternal emperors, but he did not have to worry too much about that. Is there anything else? Asked Wang Wei, and the elders shook their heads. So he left. Wang Wei teleported to a secret realm with several of the sect's professionals. Sect Master saluted everyone. At ease, he replied. How are things going? Not good, I'm afraid, said Li Zixin with embarrassment. In this generation, he is considered the most talented weapon refiners, surpassing the previous generation despite only recently becoming a true monarch. What about you? The same, replied Luo Yongyan. He was also embarrassed. He has a similar status as Li Zixin and is considered the most talented array master in this generation. Compared to Elder Yan Liling, we are too far behind. Previously, he and Li Zixin were not convinced, asking themselves why their prestige was not the same as Yan Liling. But after working on this project, they understood. Wang Wei checked their progress and frowned. These two were in charge of a project similar to Yan Liling's automatic pill cauldron. Wang Wei wanted a machine that only required placing the material, and an artifact will be created. The same is true for arrays. He wanted to create an array disk containing all the divine runes. And a person only needed to choose the specific array, like Qi Gathering Array or Star Protecting Array, and the disk would use the appropriate runes. His vision is in the future. A person does not need to input a specific array but a specific purpose. The function would be similar to a search function where the cultivator told the disk, I want an array to temper the body, and the disk showed him gravity tempering array, bone grinding array, blood condensing array, etc. The cultivator only needs to choose which they see fit. They can organize arrays to fit their specific circumstances to have better effects. As for a project similar to Talisman, Wang Wei only had a basic group doing the research, and that's due to 2 reasons. Firstly, there were no genuinely talented talisman makers in the past 2 generations. Secondly, talismans were too similar to arrays. If arrays' core philosophy is to levy or borrow the might of heaven and earth, talismans are to store it in something small and portable before using it later on. While reviewing the progress of these projects, Yan Liling also appeared in this place. And after looking at the progress, she also frowned. Things might be more complicated than originally thought, she commented, and Wang Wei agreed. The main reason for Yan Liling's success was due to her innate talent. The best way to describe it is to have a database and a search and guide function. Yan Liling's knowledge served as the database, so as long as she wanted to create a pill, her innate talent would instantly use the database to generate the pill for her. However, if the pill she wants to create is beyond the means of the database, the search and guide function will activate in the form of intuition and direct her to the knowledge, skills, and resources needed to create the pill. Of course, her innate talent has a limit, as tested by Yan Liling. If she desired to make some outlandish things, it would not work. With her talent as a blueprint, Yan Liling first created a database that she installed in the cauldron. And recently, she's been trying to recreate her talent's search and guide function to add to the cauldron. Meanwhile, the group was clueless regarding the weapon refining machine and array disk. Weapon refining has much in common with pills when it comes to purifying ores using flames and engraving divine runes. They are also similar regarding formulas for pills and special alloys. Please visit Panda N0V1. Co. Ultimately, ores are not spiritual herbs, and weapon refining is not the same as pill refining. A perfect example of this contrast is weapon spirit. Heaven tier and above origin artifacts can have spirit, although the general zeitgeist of the myriad emperor world is to only allow their weapon to have a minimum level of intelligence. However, weapons created and used by the spirit race cultivators always have a soul with intelligence. They hoped once they reached a certain cultivation realm or after their death, their weapon could transform and acquire a human body to become a spirit race. However, the alchemy in the myriad emperor world does not allow the existence of pill soul, except for maybe emperor pills. Of course, there is always an exception based on the pill master. The point is this slight difference between the two professions makes it more challenging to create the weapon refining machine. As for the array disc, things are even more complicated. Runes are not the only basis for an array. It includes the terrain, the surrounding power of heaven and earth, the resonance of law, and so many more. I wanted the sect to create this method to acquire more merit, but I think I have to use another approach, commented Wang Wei. Oh, what were you thinking? Do you want the ancestors to work on this project? They could accelerate its completion, but I doubt they can finish it. Yan Liling understood these two projects would require a lot of human resources, somebody with a talent similar to hers, or a great deal of time. No, I plan to make this project a worldwide one, said Wang Wei. Gather all the array masters and weapon refiners of the myriad emperor world to complete it. Sect master, you can't, said Li Zixin, and Luo Yangyan agreed with him. Any one of these projects will grant a tremendous amount of merit. Are you sure it's a good idea to let others benefit? Asked Yan Liling, and all the professionals in the secret realm nodded in agreement with her. There is a high chance the sect would need several generations to finish these tasks, unless someone like you appears, added Wang Wei. However, if the whole world worked together, it could finish in this generation. Are there other reasons you want to do this? Yan Liling asked, feeling it was not that simple. Unity, said Wang Wei. People will not easily accept my reign despite having the power to suppress everyone. However, if the entire world could work together on a project with immense benefit, it would nurture their sense of unity. I will use this opportunity to show them the benefit of my reign. It is a good way to show them you're not only our sect's emperor but the myriad emperor world's emperor, nodded Yan Liling. Plus, these projects are achievements that will forever ingrain in the history of the entire endless void. Many cultivators who pursue fame, glory, and being immortalized will be attracted. Wang Wei agreed with her as he could see the future benefits. When he spreads his tentacles to the world communities, he will access the database of their worlds and add them to Yan Liling and these two's projects. So, once they are accomplished, it would indeed be an achievement that could bring tremendous luck to the myriad emperor world and the Dao opening sect, bringing them more prosperity. Wang Wei could even foresee the undetectable benefit like national confidence. On Earth, the citizens of First World often have a natural confidence compared to Third World countries because of their country's technological achievements, history, and cultural influence. And these three projects will have the same effect once spread throughout the lower dimension. Once the citizen of the myriad emperor world has this natural confidence and pride in their plane, it would greatly benefit their cultivation and confrontation against other planes. So, it's decided, said Wang Wei before looking at the professionals with gloomy looks. You have until the heaven will battle to work on this project, which will give you a great advantage. If you use that advantage, you guys will be one of the main leaders of the final project and have the most benefit. After saying these words, Wang Wei left. These people have such an advantage over all the other professionals worldwide. If they cannot use it to get the most benefit, they don't deserve it in the first place. Yan Liling looked at these people and said, You have to understand, the sect has a grand heart and far-seeing vision. While you guys only see the profit in front of you, he sees the benefits hundreds of generations later and plans for it. Yan Liling left after saying these words. Her vision was better than these people, and she could see the benefit of doing things now and reaping them a few generations later. Nevertheless, she also understood how they felt as she sometimes felt her big brothers saw and planned too far in the future. Luckily, she knew to trust his vision and abilities. Meanwhile, Wang Wei teleported to the Supreme Elder Mountain to see Yanqin, his former Dao protector, and also check on his grandfather. Dao protector and Dao heart. Sect master, you're here, said Yanqin as he walked out of the cottage. Come in. Pin 01 calm, the embodiment of simple and ordinary, thought Wang Wei as he knew some cultivators used this method of abandoning luxury and comfort to temper their minds. I'm sorry, but I was not expecting guests, said Xianxia before waving his hand to expand the internal space of the cottage. Furthermore, a table manifested before him with a tea set and a sitting mat for Wang Wei. "It's fine," replied Wang Wei and sipping his tea. "How have you been doing?" "I am okay," Xianxia replied, looking at the sect master with mixed emotions. He was happy and proud as he was once the Tao protector of such a heaven-defying genius. He felt a sense of accomplishment as he watched as the latter rose step by step and left a legend that will forever be remembered throughout history. There is no better feeling in his old age than watching the younger generations surpass the previous one. He felt hopeful because he knew of the future this young man would one day create. Finally, he felt sad as his role was too short. Wang Wei grew too fast, making his role as Tao protector useless. A part of Xianxia always thought he was inadequate in his role. Wang Wei could detect all of Xianxia's emotions. No matter how fast he grew up and surpassed the need for Xianxia's protection, the latter was still his Tao protector. He took an oath on his life to die before he allowed anything to happen to Wang Wei. "I came here to ask you if you are interested in the position of Fate One." Xianxia paused his sipping, taking a moment to process this news. Then he shook his head. "No need. I'm happy with just being an immortal venerable." He did not have his own Tao, so Xianxia knew he could not become a Tao ancestor and access the Grand Tao source, unless the Sword Empress let him borrow her Grand Tao source. So, he was content with just being an immortal venerable. "Don't waste your time and resources on me," continued Xianxia. "From what I know about you, you should already have a candidate in mind. Not anyone can acquire the Fate One position. Although talent and such might not matter much, temperament and ideals are a must. Great emperors will often choose people devoted to the sect and willing to spend the rest of their lives protecting their foundation. If not chosen correctly, the situation of the great Zhou dynasty will repeat itself." "I understand," replied Wang Wei. "However, as my Tao protector, you are destined to become an insurgent." "Sect master, you don't have to say anything," countered Wang Wei. "I know your worry, so I'm here to help you. Don't resist." Wang Wei pointed his finger at Xianxia's forehead, and his divine sense infiltrated the latter's sea of consciousness. Xianxia did not hesitate or resist, showing his trust. Wang Wei found Xianxia's primordial spirit and began his work. He purified it as a way to increase Xianxia's comprehension. The process was painful, but the old Tao protector could bear such a level. Since Wang Wei was the one doing the purification, it was a major success. But it was not over. He took 5 strings of innate qi from his qi flower talent and used them to nourish Xianxia's soul. He used soul laws to change the latter's innate origin or his natural-born comprehension talent. The process lasted a few hours before finishing. "Last step," said Wang Wei before accessing Xianxia's law tree. He gently crushed the Tao fruit without affecting the sea of consciousness and the primordial spirit. He ensured no backlash. Xianxia's aura drastically dropped as he reverted to the Saint realm. However, he was happy. He belonged to the second class of true monarch, the people who do not have their own Tao but also do not entirely follow the ways of their ancestors. Although his class was better than those who followed the predecessor without a hint of innovation, his path was still incomplete and a dead end. He could not enter the quasi-emperor realm and fuse with his Dharma body. But now, with his increased talent, he can comprehend his own Tao and create a scripture. He can enter the quasi-emperor realm and even bear the heaven will after sealing himself. Of course, Xianxia did not have the heart of an emperor, so he was okay with using the opportunity presented to him in this generation to achieve immortality. Please visit Panda N0V1. Co. M. "Thank you, Sect Master," said Xianxia, prepared to give the deepest bow he could muster. Unfortunately, Wang Wei's power prevented him. "Despite being the Sect Master, you are still my elders." Wang Wei has no problem receiving bows from the older generation, but some people are different. Xianxia accompanied him since the beginning of his cultivation journey and held a special meaning in his heart. "A new era is coming, and you should have a place in it." After saying these words, he left Xianxia alone, feeling the latter was in a hurry to cultivate. He walked a few meters to another hut where his grandfather was. "Not out yet," muttered Wang Wei before preparing to leave. But he suddenly received a divine sense message from his grandfather he would be coming out soon. So, he waited for 3 days. "Ah, my lovely grandson. How have you been?" said Wang Chang after walking out of the hut. He walked in front of Wang Wei and started pinching his face and arms. "Powerful blood qi and yang energy. I see you're as healthy as I remember." Wang Wei's eye twitched. "I should be asking how you're doing." He observed the old man and could feel the difference. Most of the hidden depressing aura he tried to hide was now gone. Instead, he was more majestic and overbearing, just like an overlord. "Although not completely healed, I am so much better." During his retreat, he used the Samsara ray to relive his heaven will battle over and over, trying different approaches and choices. Finally, Wang Chang realized he lost the battle, not because of his lack of strength but because his opponent had a better strategic mind. Furthermore, he was also a little careless and left his guard down. After having this enlightenment, he no longer blamed himself for the defeat and healed most of the cracks in his Tao heart. And the only reason it was not completely healed was that a stubborn part of him wanted a chance to have a head-on battle with Emperor Nine Suns. Wang Chang knew his Tao heart would be completed no matter the result of the battle. If he wins, he will make up for the regret in his heart. If he lost, he would accept the opponent was worthy of becoming the final winner. "Oh, can you tell me your exact situation?" asked Wang Wei. "Think of it this way. The previous me could only be a pseudo-emperor. But now I could use third-class power." Wang Wei understood what he meant. Tao heart is vital for Tier 10. Some people with a destroyed Tao heart cannot bear the heaven will and would die if they absorb it. People with cracked Tao heart can only become pseudo-emperors with power on par with Dan ancestors, if not less. Finally, if a person has some flaws, they can become different classes of emperors based on their talents. However, they would only be able to use third-class 5% power. So, the current Wang Chang would become a first-class or pseudo-eternal emperor, but with his flawed Tao heart, he would only be able to use third-class strength. And this rule also applies to normal emperors like Wang Wei. If one day, a flaw or cracks appeared on his Tao heart, it did not matter if he was an eternal supreme, his strength would drastically drop. "That's excellent news," said Wang Wei as he knew his plan for his grandfather would work. As long as the old man has a chance to fight on equal ground with Emperor Nine Suns, his Tao heart will be fixed, and he can reincarnate. No, he doesn't even have to go through all that trouble. He can just prove the Tao in the upper dimension. However, he was conflicted by this idea. He did not want his parents to ascend until he dealt with the parasites. Sending his grandfather into the upper dimension was already too risky. "Boy, what are you thinking about that suddenly made you frown so deeply?" "Don't worry about it." "Alright. Anyway, you're a grown man with a wife and responsibility. You don't need my help, and I don't think I will be useful. However, remember, your family will be your greatest ally. We will always support you unconditionally, no matter what you do or how far you travel in the cultivation journey." "I will." "Alright, let's go. I've been craving one of your dishes and the weird drinks you created for that beach party." The past. "Oh, I saw you going to Yen Chen's hut. What was that about?" asked Wang Chang while flying toward Wang Clan Mountain. "Oh, that," replied Wang Wei as he explained what happened in his conversation with Yen Chen. "You did a good job. You should never forget the people who helped you when you were weak, especially after standing above all living things." Wang Wei nodded. He has read many tales of great emperors becoming cold and indifferent after proving the Tao. They looked down on the people who once helped them, abandoned their past friendship and connection, and treated people with heads above the cloud. Wang Wei understood that some alienation is inevitable. After all, when a person has as much power and influence as a great emperor, it's difficult for some of his old friends and acquaintances to treat them the same. With the difference in lifespan, it's in the best interest of some emperors not to be too invested in some friendship unless they plan to help these people achieve immortality. Regardless, Wang Wei would never become one of these emperors. After arriving home, his mother had already prepared dinner. However, Wu Hong did not show up, and Wang Wei understood why. His wife is often placed in an awkward position during large family gatherings. Technically speaking, she is the oldest of the group. However, as Wang Wei's Dao companion, her seniority is that of a younger generation. And if you add her status and strength as an emperor, no paragon, things become more complicated. His family members are all intelligent people, so they've guessed her true identity, which can make things awkward, especially when his grandfather is present. After all, the old man should have the highest status in the family due to his age, but he has to restrain himself around his daughter-in-law. With his personality, Wang Wei did not care about the awkwardness and found it entertaining instead, using it to his advantage to make fun of his wife. Of course, he often gets beat up afterward, but Wang Wei always thinks it's worth seeing his wife squirm during these gatherings. Him all right. But father, how are you? Asked Yu Yen, noticing the change of aura in his father-in-law. I have not felt at peace in such a long time, replied Wang Chong with a big sigh. Then he grinned. Where is my stupid son? He's in retreat? Retreat? Is everything all right? According to his calculation, his son should have become a quasi-emperor long ago. So, he would need to enter retreat unless something went wrong. He's all right, he's just tempering his body. Wang Chong was even more surprised by this news. What's going on? His son and the founder enlightened him, replied Yu Yen before explaining the cause and effect of Wang Tian's retreat. Ah, laughed Wang Chong boisterously. This is even better news than my successful retreat. For close to 1,000,000 years. I've told that kid he should temper his body, trying to convince him it would not interfere with his sword Dao. Wang Chong could not help but remember the stubbornness of his son. Over the years, it was the only time his son was unfilial and fought with him without giving up. No, there was also when he wanted to marry Yu Yen and still fight her in the Heavenwell battle. If it were not for his insistence, Wang Tian would never have condensed a 5th grade essence flower. Maybe, the latter would not surpass the 9th grade. I'm glad he is seeing the light now. Yes, better late than never, uttered Yu Yen. Meanwhile, Wang Wei suddenly thought of something and asked, Grandpa, have you ever considered reviving Grandma? Immediately after saying these words, Wang Wei knew he had made a mistake. Wang Chang's energetic vibe became quiet and somber. Shit, thought Wang Wei as he realized his mistake. Usually, he is more observant of social interaction, but he is often too relaxed around his family. Furthermore, he thought it would be a way to make the old man even happier than he currently was. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Wang Wei could understand the side-eye his mother was giving him, so he hurriedly explained, I just wanted, it's fine. Wang Chong stopped him before being lost in his memory for a moment. There is no need. Wang Wei acted swiftly and accessed his space ring to use a few spiritual herbs. He controlled the fate of these herbs to turn into something he desired, vodka. Wang Wei has been testing how to use Fate Dao to control the other Supreme Dao, and this is one of his achievements regarding Creation Dao. He handed a gourd of the drink to the old man since it was his favorite during the beach party and said, You never talked about her. Why don't you tell me what kind of person she was? Wang Wei knew little about his paternal grandmother since both his father and grandfather were pretty tight-lips about her. Most of the time he asked, he always received the answer that she was a wonderful woman, and that's about it. Your grandma was the most wonderful woman I've ever met in my life, said Wang Chong before taking a big gulp from the group. The story began before the beginning of Wang Tian's generation. Wang Chang's mother, Wang Wei's great-grandmother and the matriarch of that generation, kept pressuring Wang Chong to marry someone and continue the bloodline of the Wang clan main branch. The new generation was approaching, and it was the correct time to get married and have children. Typically, cultivators find it difficult to have children, especially between two of them with high cultivation. This is a form of balance from Grand Dao. However, a special technique controlled by a few factions allows them to seal their cultivation and have the fertility of mortals. However, the problem with this method is that the talent of their offspring will be random. In other words, their children cannot inherit their cultivation talent. The child conceived using this technique could be highly talented or just a mortal without a leakless body. Oddly though, between the end of one generation and the beginning of the other, the fertility of all cultivators becomes very high. The laws of heaven and earth change to allow them to give birth to talented heirs, hence one of the reasons most heaven-chosens are born or conceived around a similar time. During that time, Wang Chang was depressed after losing his heaven will battle and was not interested in getting married and having children. He was not even interested in serving his duty as sect master. So, one day after a fight with his mother, he left the sect, wandering mindlessly to soothe his mind. When he woke from his daze, he was in a large mortal city. And the first thing he noticed was a long line of people waiting for something. Intrigued, he checked what those people were waiting for in line. It turned out they wanted to see a female together that famous thought the surrounding 7 dynasties. Wang Chang has lived a long time, but to this day, he remembers that first encounter. He saw a beautiful woman that appeared to be in her early 30s, dressed in all white clothes. Her eyes contained a sense of detachment from the entire world. She looked at him and said, "Eyes are bright, rosy complexion, and body emits a powerful vigor. You're completely healthy, so don't waste my time." Wang Chang was utterly shocked and did not know how to respond. But he did not have time to. "No, you might be useful," said Mao Yu. "There are not enough people helping carry the medicine. You're an able body, so you can help. Based on your luxurious clothes, you should be literate?" "I am," replied Wang Chang reflexively. "But you can help mix some of the low-level medicinal soup. You only need to follow the written recipe, and I will check." Mao Yu went to treat more patients, while Wang Chang went to help carry more medicine. It was not until after helping with the first batch that he suddenly woke up and realized what he had done. How could he, Wang Chang, a quasi-emperor, the sect master of the most powerful emperor lineage in the world, and a mighty heaven-chosen who cultivated the Tao of Overlord, help people carry medicine? He shook his head at how absurd the situation was and prepared to live. However, after taking a few steps toward the door, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He looked over, and he saw the doctor giving him a look scarier than the final blow Emperor Nine Sons gave before eliminating him from the final battle. "What are you doing?" said Mao Yu. "Don't you know the more time you waste, the more lives that will perish?" "I'm sorry, doctor," said Wang Chang sheepishly before becoming red with embarrassment. He returned to his duty of carrying medicine and mixing medicinal soup. On that fateful day, the Overlord was conquered by a simple mortal doctor. The past too. Wang Chang took a big gulp from his gourd and did not stop swallowing the vodka for 2 minutes. "More," he said as he slammed the bottle on the dining table, making Wang Wei's eyes twitch. He filled it again and cast a spell on his space for the materials to keep refining themselves and teleporting to the gourd and ensure the old man never ran out. "After the first meeting, everything proceeded rather swiftly," said Wang Chang. "Your grandmother soon discovered I was a cultivator, but she did not care much. On the contrary, she only saw me as a way to save more patients. And for some reason I could not stop working there." Wang Wei gulped his drink as he sighed. "In the process, I learned more about her as we fell in love. Your grandmother was born with an innate disease, and doctors proclaimed she would not live past 20 years old. However, she was brilliant and refused to accept her fate. At 5 years old, she began studying medicine. And by the time I met her, she was in her late 40s. Regrettably, her experience with her illness granted her a unique state of mind of seeing through life and death, a state of detachment to the world. With such a state of mind, she would have been an extraordinary cultivator if she practiced Taoism." "So, what exactly happened?" asked Wang Wei as he began drinking. He did not think his grandfather did not try to have her cultivate. And it did not look like she was killed, and he had some sort of vendetta. "She refused to cultivate," said Wang Chang with sadness. "Every time I tried to convince her, the answer would always be the same. She would tell me birth, disease, aging, and death were part of the cycle of life. And although her life will be short, it will also be as significant as any cultivators and their achievements. Her philosophy was life was worth living because of how little time everyone had, so longevity had no meaning to her. She would not even accept my help to increase her lifespan. Wang Chang's eyes were a little red, but he was smiling. She only changed her mind after conceiving your father. Wang Chang suddenly laughed again. Your grandma was a strong, independent, and tough woman. Once, while I was away, I returned to the clinic to find that bandits had stabbed her. I still remember that day. My wrath was uncontrollable. Simultaneously, I panicked. As a cultivator, I should have immediately helped with my origin essence. But I panicked. But she calmly sewed the wound while admonishing me for losing my calmness. I never saw that woman shed a tear, except for the day little Tian was born. Do you know? I wanted to name your father Wang Wei, but she disagreed. I had to fight tooth and nail with her to name him Wang Tian. Wang Chang remembered that naming his son caused trouble since his mother also wanted the naming rights. In the end, everybody compromised and accepted the name Wang Tian, meaning King of Heaven, showing their hope for the little child. Afterward, she agreed to expand her lifespan but still refused to walk the cultivation path. After living for 50,000 years, she passed away with a smile and her loved one by her side. Wang Chang remembered that day like it happened yesterday. Wang Tian was at the peak of the supernatural realm and used the sect's influence to invite all the top 30 heaven chosens from the Academy's selection trial that occurred not too long. He challenged all of them at once and used his overwhelming talent to suppress all of them. That fight was the only one he did not even show a hint of mercy to Yu Yen. He was fierce, overbearing, and ruthless. Immediately afterward, he rushed to see his dying mother to show her his achievement. He tried one last time to convince her to cultivate, or at the very least, live until she could watch him prove the Tao. Mao Yu kissed her son's forehead before apologizing. She told him how proud she was of him and believed he would one day become an emperor without a doubt. She then looked at Wang Chang and also apologized. She told them to watch out for each other and protect one another in this cruel and lonely cultivation world. There is no need to be sad or mourn me. Death is a normal thing. It's nothing but a new journey, a new adventure, said Mao Yu with a smile before forever closing her eyes. Wang Chang was devastated. He found his world crumbling and adding his already broken Tao heart. He did not know how he would survive. However, he had to continue being strong for his son. He had to ensure he was all right. After his mother's death, Wang Tian swore to guard her tomb for 10,000 years and never touch a sword. And he kept her his promise. He sat cross-legged before her grave with his sword next to him, untouched for 10,000 years. Mao Yu's death is one of the main reasons Wang Chang was not adamant about breaking up Wang Tian and Yu Yen. He understood the desire to find love since the sect tried to pressure him regarding marrying Immortal. Secondly, his son became taciturn and more indifferent after her death. And Yu Yen was the one who opened his heart. Ha, laughed Wang Chang. However, it was not a joyous laugh but a self-deprecating one. I've spent many nights thinking why she would make such a selfish choice. Why couldn't she have chosen her family? He sighed deeply. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Now, I know I was the selfish one. She has her life, desire, ambitions, and ideals. It was selfish of me to force her to do something she did not want to. Wang Chang sipped his drink. So, there is no need to revive her. It's not something she would want. After so many years, he grieved and accepted her death. So, reviving her would simply be an insult to his late wife. Wang Wei agreed with these words since he felt similar after his grandmother's death. But after so much time had passed, he understood his desires were selfish and not respectful to his grandmother's wishes. Grandma, I wonder how you are? How is your new life after reincarnation? Are you with Grandpa? Thought Wang Wei as he also drank more. He increased the alcohol dosage of the drinks and allowed the alcohol to affect his mind. Let's get drunk tonight, roared Wang Chang, and Wang Wei agreed. Meanwhile, Yu Yen could only stare at these two. The story also made her sad thinking about her mother, so she also wanted to drink. However, someone has to look after these too. So, she could only sigh and wait until they passed out, which was about 5 hours later. She stood up from the table and prepared to take them to rest when someone suddenly appeared in the room. P&D-N-of-1. Ko, and the next day, Wang Wei opened his eyes. Where am I? He looked around and recognized a few things. But his head was buzzing, and his vision was still blurry. Good, you're awake. Wang Wei mobilized his blood energy and soul power to remove the handover symptoms. Damn, how can this old man have such a high tolerance? According to him, he should have drunk him to death. You drank more than him. I did. He took a moment, and that was indeed the truth. He stood up from his body and stretched his body. Wasn't I not talking to you? You were. So, why are you talking to me? You're not talking to me, not the other way around, Wu Hong replied before handing him the tea she brewed. I guess you're right, he muttered. Can I ask you something? Do you want to know why I never revived my parents? Yes, he replied softly, fearing he would trigger her as he did his grandfather. My mother died giving birth to me, and when I was 3 years old, my father was selected to be used as a meal for some devil race. After that, the village neighbors raised me until the human noble desired my beauty. I have little to no memories of them, said Wu Hong. I once searched their souls in reincarnation. But by then they were a new life. Wu Hong experienced too much in her life, so her affection for her family was not strong. And by the time she saw them again, it was too late. So, all she could do was bless them with tremendous luck to ensure their lives as mortals would be fulfilling and without disaster. Boost not a hindrance. Do you think death is meaningless? Asked Wang Wei. What do you mean? Cultivators have many ways to conquer death and revive their loved ones. Do you think death has become meaningless because of this? Cultivators have so many ways to revive people they lose. If the person has not died for too long, they can summon the soul from reincarnation and heal the body. They can use their world imprint or something as amazing as existence reconstruction. And he did not mention Eternal Emperor's weird ability to revive themselves from a piece of paper with their name in it. With how easy it is to revive people, Wang Wei began to think that death was somewhat pointless and had lost its meaning. If you have such an idea, you will suffer sooner than later, said Wu Hong with a sneer. There are too many ways in the Chaos Universe to make death permanent. You are privileged to cultivate a supreme Tao that makes it easier to revive people. Existence reconstruction is not a skill that any Eternal Emperor can comprehend. And even the one with the talent has to spend countless yuan epochs studying. With my help, you don't have to suffer for so long. You are lucky to live in a world where the imprints are kept. In some chaos worlds, Heavenly Tao would erase the imprint after someone dies. In some worlds, the path of reincarnation is cut off, so once someone dies, they are gone forever. So, you better fix that idea of yours to prevent suffering one day. You have a point, nodded Wang Wei before finishing his tea. He felt refreshed. The rules of the cultivation are not absolute. They only appear like this because someone has not found a way to break them. So, it's not hard to imagine many people have found ways to make death permanent. This idea does not only apply to death but to most things. For example, there is no such thing as the 10 or 11 extremity foundation. However, that's only because someone has not created a method to attain these levels. Even the 9 extremity probably did not exist at some point. Wang Wei theorized someone achieved 9 extremity by accident or on purpose. Then Heavenly Tao acknowledged the existence of such a foundation and made the knowledge a part of its record. Wang Wei believed the first person who achieved 9 extremity cultivated samsara Tao, hence why the orthodox method requires reincarnation, and it's easier for them to achieve 5 root. As long as you understand, said Wu Hong, she understands that such a mentality is dangerous and has seen cultivators who had the same view and suffered because of it. One Wu Hong frowned before asking, do you want to send to a safe location and deal with the issue on your own? Yes. Hide them in a safe place and wait until I have the strength to protect them. Regarding the troubles you will face in the future, There will be no safe place. I can create one. I can make a place that will not be affected unless something happens to me. What are your family going to do afterward? Accept your death? Mourn you? Or seek revenge? Wang Wei did not answer. Did you ask them and allow them to make a choice? I know what they will choose. And yet, you still want to be selfish and make the decision for them. If the alternative is their death, then yes, I will be selfish, he said with determination. Haven't you learned anything from your grandmother's death? That was different. If something happened to them, I know I would blame myself, and it will be rightfully deserved. What about me? Asked Wu Hong. You're different. You're not a burden but a... Wang Wei paused as something dawned on him. You want me to treat them as a boost instead of a burden? Your family is all talented individuals, and their accomplishments will not be lower than anyone. More importantly, they can provide you something that no one in the universe can, trust and loyalty. Wang Wei frowned as he realized she was right. Whether it's his father, mother, or grandfather, Li Jun and Yan Liling are talented individuals capable of becoming Peel paragons. So, they could be as helpful as Qiyuan and the others. Wang Wei has always wondered why these ancestors helped him so much. He guessed they placed their hope on him for something. And after his conversation with Mo Yuan, he guessed these people hoped he could find a way of detachment for them. Detachment, that's the source of the trouble. He could feel once he embarks on his path of detachment, the entire chaos universe will enter a time of chaos and strife. Detachment is a source of trouble and a once-in-lifetime opportunity. I cannot allow my family to miss this chance. Plus, I may need their help as much as they need mine. Wang Wei suddenly felt peaceful after making a decision. You're right. He was glad he consulted her before making a decision. I'm always right, remember that. No need to brag, said Wang Wei before kissing her on the cheek and leaving. He went to a secret realm before meeting his grandfather again. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Boy, why are you here? Do you want to drink again with me? I'm good. I'm here to take you somewhere. Where? To train. Wang Chang paused before laughing. Yes, the current you is enough to guide me in my cultivation. Let's go. He marveled at how quickly time passed. A little over 100,000 years ago, he was given this brat pointer and guidance with his experience. But now, the roles were reversed. Wang Wei activated a token and teleported them to a secret realm he created himself. Your Overlord Dao is pretty and unique and has much potential. His grandfather's Overlord Dao was not the type of Overlord that overwhelmed and suppressed all his peers, but one that constantly evolved and surpassed its limit until reaching the pinnacle of might. It's another form of evolution Dao focused on increasing strength through pain, injuries, and life and death trials. Because of how your Dao works, it can only bring its full potential in a generation with countless peerless talent. Wang Chang nodded. This is why he was so belligerent in his generation, garnering numerous enemies. He challenged everyone and made countless enemies to cultivate his Dao. You're not going to ask me to fight all the juniors of this generation, are you? Wang Chang knew his thick skin did not reach that level. He still valued some of his seniority, not to mention most of these juniors were more powerful than him and could easily defeat him. Since waking up this morning, he asked Yu Yen about the things he missed, and he was shocked by how many heavy-defying talents appeared in this generation. Not completely, replied Wang Wei. I've designed the secret realm into a scenario to help you. Your memories will be sealed and tempered with to believe something went wrong during a trip to another world communities and you and father were kidnapped. You found a way to escape and have to fight countless opponents. Interesting. With these memories, I can experience real life and death. Indeed. The trials and obstacles are powerful puppets that will not go easy on you. I've blessed this secret realm with my life-death Dao and granted you a dozen revival opportunities. You mean I can die? Yes. That's what I'm talking about. Anything else? No. Wang Chang flew inside, and Wang Wei calmly watched. He spent many years designing this thing, and he recently updated it. He left countless opportunities for his grandfather, including ways to increase his talent. He updated his Overlord Fist scripture to have better body refining effects, including opponent black holes in the acupoints. He took one last look before flying to a special mountain in the sect. Outside the Eternal Ascension world, a magnificent temple stood somewhere in primordial Choas, which is the endless space between chaos worlds. A handsome young man dressed in a purple robe was cultivating at the temple's core, a book with the character Fortune Heaven as the title floated in front of him. The book was somehow directly connected to the river of time. The young man suddenly opened his eyes, which were extremely profound and appeared to contain all truth in the universe. He frowned before muttering, "Where is this weird feeling come from?" With a single thought, countless secrets, truths, and knowledge of the chaos universe flashed in his mind as he searched for the odd feeling he felt. But he found nothing. The young man looked at the book before his mind accessed the river of time, swimming like his back garden. He closed his eyes to search for the answer. A few seconds later, he coughed a mouthful of blood as he muttered, "I missed a time nexus?" He frowned before looking at the book, turning each page. There were only a few words on each page, none even forming a complete sentence. "I haven't even found the protagonist yet, so what's the point of knowing I missed a time nexus?" The young prepared to close his eyes to continue his cultivation. He gambled a lot on this book, even missing an opportunity for detachment by skipping the ultimate taboo. So, his plans have to work. However, he suddenly thought of something. This divination was too easy to get since it involved detached individuals. He squinted his eyes as he used his vast knowledge to deduce infinite possibilities. The all-seeing temple predicted an upcoming strife that enveloped all of primordial chaos. However, paragons are no longer the mast of this universe, half-step detachments are. Only things related to them could affect the entire chaos universe. So, how could the temple predict things related to them? This generation's temple master was only a paragon, so such a divination was beyond his means. "I see," muttered the young man as he figured out something. "I might be playing with fire." However, he only smiled before closing his eyes and continuing with his plan. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.